Good morning and welcome back to the second day of the penultimate round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season, being hosted by the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. Alex Goldschmidt back in the commentary position, just in the main tower. And we have another five-minute qualification sessions this morning before we head to our lunch break, before we have 10 races to see who will be the drivers looking to solidify their title campaigns ahead of the final round of the season, which will take place in late November back at the circuit here. And that will be in the penultimate weekend of November, the 21st and the 22nd of November itself. Looking back over yesterday's action, quite a lot of great racing. We also did have quite a lot of rainfall, but at the moment the cloud cover is moving from my position in the commentary box to the left-hand side of the circuit. So we'll have a look first of all, before we get qualifying underway in around 10 minutes, the points after the results for day one. Firstly, it's been a double success for Mies Huben in the number 8, having taken the win in both the pre-final and the final yesterday, with Max Swiderski, who continues to lead the championship standings, but the gap has now decreased. So I think, if memory serves me correctly, around 27 points. Two solid second place finishes for Swiderski, even though he was challenging Mies Huben for the pre-final victory yesterday. Mats van Rooyen also had a bit of contesting to do for one of the races, where Jake Menton in the number 31 was very, very close in the pre-final to try and get past the number 3. However, Menton would drop down to 4th as a result of a spin on the Europlan straight between turns 6 and 7. Jente Moonen is 4th after the day one result in terms of the total points, just ahead of Jake Menton, because Menton did incur some penalties post-final one yesterday. So Moonen, on the benefits of countback, ends up 4th on the day results, with Jake Menton on equal points in 5th and Boaz Maximov just a single solitary point behind them. Then Minimax, in many respects, also had its fair share of action out on the circuit. Firstly, we have to say get well soon to Tam Saleh, who has now withdrawn from the event, having scored 22 points, equal with Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer in terms of the day one results. But Thomas Strauven continues to lead the standings post day one of round 2, with a double victory yesterday in both the final and the pre-final. Matej Radenkovic in the 196 from Buvin Power, also showing some good performance, was challenging Strauven in the dying stages of the pre-final, but would still be able to take 2 second places and keeps a second place in the championship standings. Good performance from Jasper Leenerts, who improved throughout the day and managed to pick up a solid set of points. 26 for the young Belgian in the 177. I spoke with his dad Bart this morning. He said we might have a few tricks up our sleeve. Well, we'll wait and see what happens over the qualifying and the 2 racing sessions today. Nando Weichselbaumer, the sole Austrian representative here this weekend, was 4th ahead of Tam Saleh, but Weichselbaumer on the benefits of scoring more points, and it looks like we've got a wet race sign down by the start finish line at the moment. The track's still very, very much greasy, but there is some signs of a dry line starting to show, as the drivers have already completed their customary warm-up sessions this morning. Rino Franco had a really good performance in pre-final 1, but the 111 suffered drama with the DNF whilst battling for a top 3 position yesterday afternoon in the final. Followed by Laurence Herboz, Thiemen Huben, Mick Vandenberg, Boluet and Vic Stevens, all scoring into double digits in terms of the day result, in terms of the points. Junior Rotax, it was a double victory for Kai Rielertz, as Lukas Schoenmakers takes the lead in the standings by just a single solitary point, coming into the finals day here on day 2. So Schoenmakers took 36 points, a third in race 1, and then second place in race number 2. Tim Gerhards and Sam Bergstein were both equal on 23 points, but with Tim Gerhards' third place finish in final 1 on countback, took third in the day results ahead of Sam Bergstein, who was definitely in the trenches, as was Tim Gerhards. Christian de Klein tried to fight nobly and could only manage to get a couple of 11-point scores in both races. And that would have been 5th place in both pre-final and final. Jorg Breedfield in the 2-1-2 rounds out the top 6 ahead of Thomas Martins, Jens van der Eyden, Turnschmidt and Max Knappen rounding out the top 10. So effectively a 36-point differential between those drivers from 1st to 10th place. Then in terms of the seniors, Sean Butcher took the day 1 result victory, and with it a 24-point advantage in the standings ahead of Mike van Vugt, who had a very, very difficult day in the office. So the 376 scored just 8 points, and that was in pre-final 1. Sean Butcher took a 4th place finish after a turn 2 incident on the first lap in the pre-final to make his way back from around 25th position up to P4, and then managed to get away from the rest of the field. Arthur Horsch, the 337 from France, took the victory in pre-final 1 and would also suffer dramas in the very first lap, where we had a multi-cart coming together off of turn 2 and managed to get back onto the circuit. I think it was 10th place by the end of lap 1 of the final, but managed to make it up to what was 5th at the end of it all. Andrés Herbert, also from France, making it 2 French drivers in the top 3, scored 32 points with 2 solid 3rd place finishes. Milan Coppens took a 2nd in the pre-final 1, followed closely by Luca Leistra from Bovin Power, who also took a 2nd place finish in final 2, but had a difficult race in race 1. Jeff Machiels from GKS Lemons Power in the 352 rounds out the top 6 ahead of Jordi van der Eyck, Calvin de Groot, Erhard Turker and Drake Jansen, and Jules Castro rounding out the top 11 positions, with Turker, Jansen and Castro all level on 12 points, but on the benefit of Erhard Turker's performance in the second race, the final for day 1, scoring 9 points, put the Turkish driver from KR Sport up into P9. Then also we have to look at DD2 and DD2 Masters. So for this weekend, the classes have been amalgamated, and so in many respects we find that Glen van Parijs extends quite a big gap going into day 2 here, and just by initial calculations, that Glen van Parijs now has what is effectively a 40-point advantage in the standings. Both he and Sander Schriblak, who now it's a Bovin Power and it's a Belgian 1-2 in the standings at the moment, as Schriblak jumped up to 90 points at the end of yesterday, taking a win in the pre-final and 2nd in the final, with Glen van Parijs scoring the same amount of points but winning the first final on day 1. He then took the day 1 result. Mick Knowlton, a solid 29 points for the Dutchman, taking 4th in final 1, and then pre-final 1, and then in final 1 he took 3rd place, which put him ahead of Paulo Besancenes in the 453, who took 3rd in the pre-final and 4th in the final, despite having dramas in the final, and the French driver managed to come back. Janne Gussens, 5th in the day results, ahead of Sweden's Robin Knutsson from KR Sport, the 432, making his DD2 debut this weekend, and scored a solid 18 points, and equal with Jordi Kleebot from Belgium in the 410, who scored a solid 9 points in each race, but Knutsson taking 10 points in the final meant that the Swede would end up ahead in terms of the day result. Followed by Wouter Antonisson. Sebastian de Grand was really, really racy in the final yesterday, and it was a real shame for the 487 from Dams Racing, suffering dramas coming out of turn number 10 and instantly retiring on the spot. So we'll see how de Grand gets on today on day 2. Maxime de Riche was 11th ahead of Brindley Kinch from the UK. In terms of the DD2 Masters day 1 result, Cole Klebold and Rudy Champion tied on points, but Klebold taking the win in final 1. The current reigning and defending champion, he takes 45 points. Christoph Adams took a 2 third place finishes in both the pre-final and the final, but loses out on the lead in the standings to Rudy Champion, which, if memory serves me correctly, is a roundabout. Good morning, everybody. Yes, you can see me now, waving from the commentary box. So Christoph Adams is about 6 points behind in terms of the standings, but obviously we have to take into account drop scores. Roland Kinch in 4th ahead of Tom Dessert, who also had his fair share of trials and tribulations yesterday. Tamsin Germain equal on points with Dessert, but Dessert taking 13 points, which is 4th place in the final yesterday afternoon, is ahead of the Brits on countback, with Bart Koolman rounding out the 7-strong grid. And we're about to get things underway with our first of 5-minute qualification sessions here at the Home of Champions. Green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid, and the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. So we've had 5 of the 6 drivers head out onto the circuit. Mies Huben in the number 8 from GKS Lemons Power, representing the Netherlands, out first ahead of Jake Menton in the 31. Mats van Rooyen, Max Zaderski and Jens Themunen. So in terms of the visibility for the drivers today, it looks to be a lot clearer. And with the fact that there is a definitive dry line on the circuit, the track will start to evolve. But obviously with the wet weather tyres that the drivers will be sporting on these karts, they will see how the track evolves. And obviously the times will give an indication on the pace that the drivers are setting, as Boaz Maximov now exits the pre-grid and goes on to the circuit. And just having a brief look at the Micromax competitors during their morning warm-up, well, it looks like Boaz Maximov is a non-starter for qualification. So we'll be down to 5 Micromax competitors. The initial benchmark comes in from Mies Huben, a 1 minute 19.885. Jake Menton in second, just over 2.5 tenths adrift on a 1 minute 20.153. Max Zaderski 120.737. With Mats van Rooyen and Jens Themunen respectively setting a 121.118 and a 122.406. As the drivers now make their way down the straight through the Europaplan. So we've got just under 3 minutes of this session remaining. So Huben has been the driver to beat so far over the course of the second round of the season, and this could really help bolster the youngsters' chances of putting on a title assault to try and battle with Max Zaderski for the lead in the standings. So the second lap of qualifying about to be completed. This will give Mies Huben an opportunity to have another 2 flying laps, as will the rest of the field, depending on when they cross the line. So times have started to drop a little bit. A 1 minute 19.885 for Mies Huben. Jake Menton staying in second for the minute on a 1 minute 20.153. Max Zaderski just 0.126 seconds off in third place on a 120.279. So Menton's lap last time around was a 1 minute 20.343. However, the first effort from the Dutch driver in the number 31 is enough to keep Menton in second for the minute. Mats van Rooyen has also set a personal best, a 1 minute 20.750, whereas Jens Themunen, the sole Belgian in this Micromax field, has put in the best effort on the first lap of first flying lap in this session on a 1 minute 22. 22.406. So just over 1 minute and 10 seconds still remain in this session. So for pretty much the majority of the field, if not all the field, will come across the line and have one more flying lap attempt. And Mies Houben this time puts in a 1:19.814, just over a tenth and a half slower than the attempt that's just gone through. So the driver's having a maximum of 4 flying laps in this 5-minute qualification session. As Houben now heads on to the back straight down the Europaplan, heading towards turn number 7. So the benchmark to beat now on this last flying lap attempt, as the timer will hit 0, possibly by the time that Mies Houben now makes it through into turn 9, and the timer now hits 0. 5 minutes have elapsed. That is the end of the session. So Mies Houben will be the first driver to see the checkered flag, as Mies now comes through turn number 10 for the final time. All races today will be 13 minutes plus an additional lap in duration, and the first of which, pretty much for those wondering about the timetable, it will be very much in synchronicity with the timetable that we had yesterday with the first race getting underway. Mies Houben goes top with a 1:19.451. Max Swiderski jumps up into second on a 1:19.763. Jake Menton very, very happy with that performance in qualification. Managed to improve in terms of keeping it consistent, but not bettering the lap time of a 1:20.153, which puts the Dutch driver in third place on the grid. Mats van Rooyen takes fourth place, just 55 thousandths behind Jake Menton, with Jente Moonen. Best effort from the Belgian, a 1:22.406. So a good job there by Mies Houben to continue the reign of success over the course of this qualification session. So there you have the conclusion of the session. Mies Houben, now the one really that is going to look to strike hard and fast, and obviously if he wins both races yet again today, Mies Houben will close the gap to Max Swiderski. So every 15 minutes on the hour we will have another qualification session, so just under 8 minutes to go until we have our Mini Max competitors out with us for their 5-minute session. Under 30 seconds away from our second of 5-minute qualification sessions, as next up will be Mini Max. So we wish Tamsele all the very best in getting well soon. So very shortly we will have the green flag waved on the start finish line and also on the end of the pre-grid. Local time now 10:30, as the drivers will now start to make their way out onto the 1,360 metre circuit, being led by the 196 of Matej Radenkovic, followed closely by the double victor from yesterday, Thomas Strauven, who also took pole position in the session. So the timer has started counting down from 5 minutes as the field now navigates their way through turns 3 into 4 and then into 5. So the driver's still trying to find the best line of attack in terms of putting in a flying lap. So we should see the times in comparison to yesterday hopefully tumble a little bit, as the dry line still starting to really show that it is appearing on the circuit here. As now Radenkovic leads Strauven, and also one of the GKS carts as they come through into turn number 10. And the driver at the back of that is the 105 of Thiemenhuben. So the drivers get their heads down, come across the line. Radenkovic goes to the top initially on a 1 minute 16.087, but then Strauven is the first one to break into the 1:15s, and that is by 0.170 seconds ahead of Thiemenhuben, who puts in a 1 minute 16.006. Vic Stevens in 4th, Jasper Leenerts in the 177 rounds out the top 5 places, covered by just over a second. As Strauven takes a quick glance over the right-hand shoulder to see where Thiemenhuben is in terms of proximity. And now Strauven looks up the inside through the exit of turn 8 on Radenkovic. But one of the big key points of qualifying is that to enable yourself to get the best lap possible, sometimes you have to keep yourself behind another driver, and they will be the one punching the hole in the dirty air. So allow the driver behind to have that little bit more application of throttle going into certain corners as they Radenkovic and Strauven now cross the line again. Let's see how they improve. Radenkovic goes second with a 1 minute 15.240, as Strauven goes quicker with a 1 minute 15.182. That is well over 0.6 of a second quicker than the previous lap, as Rino Franco in the 111 representing the Netherlands goes up into P5 quickly before Vic Stevens decides otherwise. But then up jumps Nando Weichselbaumer into 3rd place. The young Austrian on the 146 puts in a 1 minute 15.437. Strauven now decides to get ahead of Radenkovic, and Radenkovic was trying to go up the inside through turn 7, as we have 1 minute and 37 seconds of the clock remaining here in their fast-paced 5-minute qualification session. And the field from Strauven down to Lawrence Herboz in the 106, all covered by just over 1.9 seconds. Strauven and Radenkovic make their way through the exit of turn 11 and head towards the final right-hand corner at turn 12. Mick Vandenberg is in between Vic Stevens and it looks like Rino Franco, as the two leaders cross the line in terms of the standings on the Strauven looks to have gone a little bit quicker on that particular occasion by just 2 1/1000ths on that last lap. A 1 minute 15.180, as we now go on to the final flying lap for all competitors. But then Weichselbaumer from Austria puts in a 1 minute 15.106. So 146, as for those watching at home, you can see Rino Franco, who's currently in 6th position, on a 1 minute 16.139, just over 1 second off of the pace that has just been broadcasted by Nando Weichselbaumer in the 1:46. Stuyven still in second, Radenkovic in third place, and the top three covered by just 0.134 seconds, with 74 thousandths between provisional pole and second on the grid. Timer now strikes 0, and the driver to get the checkered flag will be Thomas Stuyven in the 199 from Dams Racing, followed by Buvin Power's Matej Radenkovic. Stuyven crosses the line. Does he improve? A little bit there, a 1 minute 15.106. Well, Stuyven does improve, a 1 minute 15.033, but Weichselbaumer, I'm just keeping an eye out for the young Austrian and seeing whether Weichselbaumer does improve. Radenkovic does not improve on that last lap. So Weichselbaumer does not improve and puts in a 1 minute 15.231. So Stuyven takes provisional pole here in qualification for Minimax, ahead of Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria by 73 thousandths of a second. Radenkovic in third, 2/10 off of Stuyven, with Vic Stevens, Thiemen Huben, Rino Franco, Mick Vandenberg, Jasper Leinertz completing the top 8, all covered by 0.857 seconds. Boluet was just over a second off the pace down in ninth, with Lawrence Herboz rounding out the 10 strong that have qualified, with Tam Saleh unfortunately having to withdraw from the event due to illness. So all sessions today that I call during each session are provisional, pending any technical and sporting checks. If there are any updates for those wondering on the live stream, I will give you those updates as and when they happen. For those wondering, how can you get in touch via social media? At BNL Karting Series on Facebook, at Karting BNL on Twitter, at BMC_BNL. And for those wondering about the championship itself, if you're a youngster and you want to get involved and you have to sort of give your parents a nudge, head to www.bnlkartingseries.com, available both in English and Dutch languages. So that is it for that qualification session, and in just under 8 minutes time we go to junior road tax qualifying here at Karting Genk. Right then, we are now about to get things underway with our halfway points of qualifying as Junior Rotax now heads out onto the circuit for their 5-minute qualification. And this, now the way that the track has evolved, I'm wondering how many of these drivers will be on slick tyres, because the times will indicate that. But obviously still with some patches on the circuit, the drivers will be using as much knowledge as they have. Some drivers, if you do spot them sort of going on to the slighter damper parts of the circuit, I'm aware that one of the drivers I think has actually ended up on slick tyres, so that driver will be very much an interesting person to keep an eye on in this session, as part of the field has already made their way through turn number 7. So the driver that led the field out of the pre-grid is Tim Gerhards in the number 205. Top 3 coming into today, judging by the initial calculations I made last night following the day 1 result, is that the top 3, led by Schoenmakers, followed by Gielerts, and then Gerhards, are covered by just 6 points. So the first benchmarks will come in. Tim Gerhards a 1 minute 10.941. Kai Gielerts puts in a 1 minute 10.085 in the 274. Schoenmakers goes 4th. Max Knappen goes 5th. So just waiting for Jens van der Eyden and Sam Bergstein. Bergstein crosses the line, puts in a 1:20.379. So that is just over a... that is pretty much a 10-second differential between 1st and 16th. So Jens van der Eyden, I'm just waiting for at the moment. I'm not too sure if the 254 has decided otherwise, but drivers coming through. Turnschmidt goes in and puts in a 21.9 second sector. Tim Gerhards puts in a 20.9, so the times will start to tumble. Will probably end up in the 1 minute 9s, or maybe even lower, as Gerhards goes in straight away. 1 minute 9.045, but Kai Gielerts in the 274 just behind Luc Nielsen, and has got Jens van der Eyden for company. Now I'm not too sure if there is a transponder issue for the 254, because the lap times for Jens van der Eyden are not actually registering at the minute, according to my timing screen up here in the commentary box. But Max Knappen is now 2nd, 2 tenths exactly behind Thomas Martins in the 255. Christian de Klein and Kai Gielerts ran at the top 5 positions, covered by 0.741 seconds as we go into the last 1 minute and 45 seconds of this session of qualification before we go to our penultimate session with Senior Rotax, the biggest grid that we've got here this weekend. You can see that some drivers, I just noticed that Jens van der Eyden hit the brakes, and the back end started to wiggle to the left and right as he got up the inside of Tim Gerhards. So we have just 1 minute and 21 seconds still to go. Jens van der Eyden crosses the line. Now obviously with what's happening, I can't really sort of comment on van der Eyden, but obviously we will confirm the respective driver positions when we get the grid. So Martins still leads in qualification on a 1 minute 8.131. Max Knappen a 1 minute 8.331, as Martins has just done a 1 minute 11.778. As the 212. Now that is Joop Breedveld, who's running in 15th place at the moment. Nearly 2.2 seconds adrift of the best lap time set so far in this session by Thomas Martins. We've got just 30 seconds remaining on the clock. So some drivers will cross the line. Jens van der Eyden will cross the line with time to spare to put the 254 onto a final flying lap. As will Tim Gerhards, who goes top on a 1 minute 7.793, but Gielerts in the 274 from JJ Racing goes 79 thousandths of a second quicker. Up to provisional pole goes the Belgian. Checkered flag now out, and it is waving. Sean Makers qualifies as highest as third, ahead of Breedveld as Martins goes top with a 1 minute 7.549. But keep your eyes on Kai Rilets and Tim Gerhards, because these two are on their final lap attempt, having crossed the line with just over 10 seconds on the clock remaining. So Martins is provisional pole on a 1 minute 7.549 as Sam Bergstein crosses the line for a final attempt, a 1 minute 11.147. And that was just under 3.6 seconds adrift of Martins. As now Van der Eyden will come across the line. Obviously I've got no indication of Van der Eyden's times, reference a possible timing or transponder issue. So Van der Eyden gets the head down, crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. Rilets now will cross the line ahead of Tim Gerhards. What's the improvement? Oh, there was an improvement by Rilets, but only good enough for 20 thousandths behind Thomas Martins. So at the end of the session, as the remaining drivers within the field cross the line, Thomas Martins provisionally takes pole position in Junior Rotax, ahead of Kai Rilets by 20 thousandths of a second. Tim Gerhards takes third place ahead of Lukas Schoenmakers. Joop Breedveld takes fifth ahead of Mathis Turlo, Christian de Klein, Max Knappen, Colin van Lammeren and Gilles Clouet from Belgium. Top 10 covered by just over 1.1 seconds. Luc Nielsen in 11th ahead of Nick Gerhards and Joris Schoens in the number 226. Rune de Broeke in the 297 finishes ahead of Olivier Jonkers, so two Belgians complete the top 15. Ahead of Teun Schmidt, Sam Bergstein. Luc Nielsen, I've got no time down for either, and Jens van der Eyden, no time respectively either, so maybe one did not come out for the session, the other one had a transponder issue. Obviously, we've also had some further withdrawals. Apart from Boaz Maximov and Tam Salo, we've also had Clémentine Benoit withdraw from the event as well. So three drivers opting to not carry on with the race weekend here at Karting Genk, but hopefully we will see them again very, very soon, hopefully for the last race weekend of the season between the 21st and the 22nd of November. So in around about probably 6.5 minutes time, we will have Senior Rotax out on the circuit here at the 1,360 metre circuit at Karting Genk. And Clémentine Benoit, one of the senior Rotax drivers, if memory serves me correctly, in the 377, has also opted to withdraw from the event. So we will have 28 senior Rotax drivers going out for qualifying at 11 o'clock this morning in just under 7 minutes' time. onto the penultimate qualifying session for the second day of the penultimate round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. So we've officially gone past the halfway point, and now the real hard work begins, as we have 28 senior road tax drivers now out on the circuit. Obviously, Clémentine Benoit has opted to withdraw from the event, so the 377 will not take any further participation in this race weekend. The dry line it looks like it's advancing quite nicely out on the circuit, but the drivers still having to make that definitive decision of whether they decide to stay on the wet weather tyres. And there is one driver that decided that I'll give it my best shot. Maurice Schuring off on the exit of turn number 9, as the drivers now start to field their way through. So Luca Leistra is going to be the one that will start the proceedings here in qualification for senior road tax, as he crosses the line, followed by Victor Plateau, who puts in a 1 minute 6.063. Ahead of Arthur Roche, Luca Leistra, Jules Castro, Luna Blum. Emily de Hoys now jumps up into 4th place, whereas Max Stemmerdink, as more drivers really finding the... Oh, now we've had someone off into the barriers off of turn 6 going onto the Europalan. But the main thing is the driver has managed to get out of the kart. Now, I can't make out that number from my vantage point here, but the driver is actually has managed to get the kart out of the barriers, and now is putting the kart onto the circuit to try and see if they can get it restarted. So Max Stemmerdink, and the driver now in question, is starting to gain some momentum, and let's see if the driver gets up to full speed. Pretty much does so going into turn number 7, and just gets out of the way of other drivers, as now Luca Leistra goes provisional pole on a 1 minute 1.357. The track is evolving quickly. Maurice Schuring up into second ahead of Francis Andreas Herbert. Jeff Machiels and Corby de Broeke rounds out the top 5 places. So Leistra and Schuring, the only ones to go under the 62 second barrier, so the track is evolving at a consummate rate of knots. We'll make that an accelerated rate, that is, as quite a few drivers, including the 319 of Luna Blum, who rounds out the top 12 in the qualifying session at the moment. Just over 2 minutes remain, so Leistra is the one that is on provisional pole for the minutes. 2 minutes to go, as we've got another driver that has just gone off of turn 6 onto the Europalan. So yellow flags being waved coming out of turn number 5. So drivers will be asked to respect that. The entire field covered by 8.7 seconds. We'll make that 10.1 seconds, as the 380 of Sem Van Til is the slowest driver out on the circuit. Now we've gone sub 60. This means that the track has really started to come alive. As sideways goes the I think that was the 396 of Jules Castro that ended up going sideways going into the approach of turn 3, and put some wheels on the grass. So that is going to compromise the young Belgian, as we've got the 307 off. We've now got the 323 off the circuit. The 307 Max Stemmerdink, and the 323 was Flint Schuring. So it's not that easy to get around turn 6, and looks like one driver, I think that was Max Stemmerdink, that is not very happy and is just sitting on the barriers at the sidelines on the outskirts of turn 6, and now that really puts Stemmerdink's qualifying position at risk. So Leistra is the only one that has gone under the sub 60 second bracket. Then you've got Vincent van Kerkhoven, who had a wheel go off during qualifying yesterday, down into 3rd thanks to Andreas Herbert, who goes in and puts in a 1 minute 0.945. Sean Butcher rounds out the top 4 ahead of Lars Zanen in the 397, representing Belgium. Good showing by Luna Blum, who's currently 7th behind Milan Koppens, who's just put in a 1 minute 1.369, as Luna Blum now goes into the slipstream of Jeff Machiels going down the Europalan into turn number 7. There's now Artur Horsch, who took pole position and the pre-final win yesterday. Oh, now someone's whacked one of the barriers coming out of turn number 9. The checkered flag is going to wave this time around. Luca Leistra pulls it into the pit, so does the 333 of Leonie Claude. So some drivers continuing to circulate, and now we'll try and see if they can put the hammer down, so to speak. Checkered flag waves. The first driver to cross the line will be Victor Plateau. Stays 11th. Luna Blum goes 9th ahead of Jeff Machiels. Hebert 3rd. Van Vugt drops into 3rd as a result of Sean Butcher putting himself up into 2nd position. The Brit on the 357 from KR Sport now 2nd ahead of Milan Kerpens, but Ehad Turka in the 309. Butcher's teammate has just gone 2nd on a 1:04.46. So a lot of drivers still circulating. More drivers crossing the line. Scott Westhovens will cross the line and be classified provisionally in 23rd place. So Luca Leistra looks to have secured provisional pole for senior Rotax here at Karting Genk by over half a second from Turkey's Ehad Turka in the 309. Then Mike Van Vugt managed to get up to 3rd at the end of it all, ahead of Sean Butcher from the United Kingdom. Milan Koppens from Belgium rounds out the top 5 ahead of Drek Jansen. Sem van Til up to 7th at the end of it, ahead of Andreas Hebert, Jordi van der Eyck and Vincent van Kerkhoven, rounding out the top 10, covered by just over 1.2 seconds. Then it was Lars Zenen, Prange Jens, Artur Horsch, Luna Blum and Jeff Machiels that rounded out the top 15 places. Kobe de Bruyke, Victor Plateau, Bart de Wit, Jules Castro and Beer Dorrestein rounds out the top 20 ahead of Maurice Schuring, Bas Janssen, Scott Westhovens, Flint Schuring, Max Stemmerdink, Emily de Hoys, Calvin de Groot and Leonie Claude, completing the 28 drivers that did set a respective qualification lap time. So that is it for senior Rotax, and at 11:15, as the 307 of Max Stemmerdink will be recovered from the outskirts of turn 6. Recovery vehicle now en route. So we will have our last qualification session for DD2 and DD2 Masters in just around 7 and a bit minutes time. One more qualifying session to go before we head to the lunch break, before we have our last of 10 races, our last 10 races out of 20 here at Karting Genk for the final day of competition for the penultimate round of the season. And it is now time for DD2 and DD2 Masters, who now head out onto the circuit, being led by Zanner Schriblak and Jarni Gussens in the 401 and the 490 respectively, followed by Francis Paulo Besancenes. So the track looking a lot drier than it did when we started qualifying with the Micromax drivers earlier on this morning. And this will be another indicator on how much the pace will ramp up over the next 4 minutes and 10 seconds that remain in this session to conclude the qualifying stages for day number 2. So Zanner Schriblak will be the first one to set the initial benchmark here in DD2. We'll have to keep an eye on DD2 Masters as well. As Zanner Schriblak crosses the line, puts in a 1 minute 0.6 flat, followed by Besancenes, who puts in a 1:01.269. Knutson up to third, Dirich fourth, De Grande in fifth. Champion leads the way in DD2 Masters in sixth overall on a 1 minute 2.117, just 6/1000ths off of Sebastien De Grande, and Champion is closely being followed by Christophe Adams in the 555, who's put in a 1 minute 2.393. Antonissen drops to 9th as Tom Dessert goes up into 4th place, while Glenn Van Parijs, the current points leader, who now has a 40-point advantage after day 1 in the overall standings, he goes second with a 1 minute 1.013. All 18 drivers have set an initial benchmark time and expect for us to drop into the 59s at the very, very least, as Zanner Schriblak crosses the line once again and puts in a 56.994. That is a true indication of how this track has really evolved quickly after the senior road taxes were on there. Knutson second, Besancenes third, Champion and Adams ran out the top 5, covered by 0.950. So at the moment, in the hot seat for pole position in the respective classes, provisionally speaking, is Zanner Schriblak in the 401 and Rudy Champion in the 544 for DD2 Masters. Tom Dessert goes third as Glenn Van Parijs puts in an absolutely brilliant flying lap there, a 56.188 from the 415, ahead of his Bouvin Power teammate Zanner Schriblak by over 0.8 of a second. We've got just 2 minutes in the qualification session still remaining. So at the moment it is Van Parijs, Schriblak, Dessert, Knowlton, Knutson, as Schriblak now goes quicker by over 1/10 and drops closer to the sub 56 second barrier on that last attempt, a 56.076 from the 401, the two-time reigning and defending BNL Karting Series DD2 champion, who's also doing a dual campaign, as is Van Parijs in the Euro Trophy. Jordi Klebort goes up into 8th as Jarni Gussens now goes into 3rd place, as Christophe Adams nearly has a bit of a moment there with one of the other competitors. I think that was Maxime Derich that he tried to go up the inside of, and Adams had to quickly put on the anchors, and it snapped the rear axle towards the left-hand side in terms of traction, as Mick Knowlton goes third on a 56.372. Zanner Schriblak has got plenty of air around him, both in front and behind, as he now crosses the line with just a minute to go on the session. A 55.615 from Schriblak. That's over 5.5 of a second quicker than Van Parijs. I'm just waiting to see when he will come through to put his marker down and see if he can close the gap to Zanner Schriblak in the battle for pole position. Tom Dessert in the 530 has got Van Parijs just behind us. They're about to come through turn number 12. They will have another attempt at a flying lap. Tom Dessert crosses the line. He goes P3. Van Parijs goes to within 36,000ths of a second of Zanner Schriblak and has one more attempt. So it will be the case that when we get the checkered flag in about 20 seconds time, it will be Zanner Schriblak that will take the checkered flag first, And then it is the marker that Glenn Van Parijs needs to beat to put it on pole position as Robin Knutson on the back bumper. Paulo Besancenes from France going through into turn 12. Schrebrack crosses the line and puts in, and he's got another lap. He's got another lap to go. I cannot believe that. That was 2 seconds ago. Christophe Adams looks to have some dramas. Hand up in the air for the 555. Champion provisionally at the moment takes pole position as there's a little bit of a contretemps between the 457 of Brindley Kinch, and I think that was the 410 of Jordi Klebold, whose right-hand side pod is literally nigh on skyward after a little clash between the pair. So Tom Dessert provisionally takes pole position in DD2 Masters with a 56.053, putting the GKS Lemons Power driver up into 4th on the grid, but pole position in DD2 Masters as Christophe Adams trundles his way, unfortunately, down to the down into Parc Fermé. So it looks like that Arnaud Schrebrack will start from pole position, provisionally speaking. He was 0.115 seconds ahead of Glenn Van Parijs, and they will line up on the front row. Mick Knowlton takes a well-earned 3rd place on the grid after a great job by the Dutchman, a 55.858. Tom Dessert takes provisional pole in DD2 Masters ahead of Rudy Champion. Robin Knutson in 6th in the 432 from Sweden. Janne Gussens in 7th. Paulo Besancenes in the 453 takes 8th ahead of Maxime Deriche. Sebastien Degrand rounds out the top 10 on the overall grid. Tamsin Germain takes 3rd in DD2 Masters and will line up on 11th ahead of Roland Kinch. Antonison in the 433 was 13th ahead of Carl Klebold. Jordi Klebold in 15th. Bart Koolman in the 516 rounds out the top 16 ahead of Christophe Adams and also Brindley Kinch. So that concludes qualifying for the 2nd day of competition for the penultimate round of the BNL Karting Series season for 2020. We will be back just before 12 o'clock as Micromax kicks off finals day here at the home of champions. So with the lunch break out of the way, we are about to get things going here for the second and final day of competition for round 2 of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season, being held here at Karting Genk. So all races today will take place over a duration of 13 minutes plus an additional lap, and with the sunshine now finally beaming down on the circuit, a welcome sight after the deluge of rain we had yesterday. Here is your lineup for the pre-final on day 2 for Micromax. So following on from qualification, Mies Huben in the number 8 representing the Netherlands will start on pole position, and alongside will be another Dutch driver in the form of Max Swiderski in the number 19. Third place will be the number 31 of Jake Menton, who will have Mats van Rooyen in the number 3 alongside for company, with Jente Moonen, the sole Belgian, in the number 10, being the 5th and last driver to start on the grid. Boaz Maximov unfortunately had to withdraw from the event and will not take any further part in the proceedings for the penultimate round of the season, as is the drivers now trying to get themselves ready. The track very, very dry, and slick tyres are order of the day here. We saw the track evolve quite significantly over the senior Rotax and DD2 and DD2 Masters qualifying sessions this morning before the lunch break. We now go on to the formation lap. So at the moment, in terms of victories this season, it has been 4 to Max Swiderski and 2 to Mies Huben. The championship getting ever closer in terms of the standings between the top 2 drivers, with Max Swiderski leading the standings at the moment. Previous driver to win this title last year, if memory serves me correctly, was Tommy van der Stroys from the Netherlands, who then jumped up juniors for 2020 and pretty much did a repeat of what Max Swiderski did in the first round of the season last year, and took 4 victories on the way to the top step of the rostrum. As the official ceremony, barring any stoppages or any delays, will be at 4:30 p.m. That's 16:30 hours Central European Summer Time. All drivers, when they are called, will need to be at the podium in their race suits with their race helmets and mandatorily wearing their face masks under the current COVID-19 stricter regulations that have been brought into force for this weekend. And the Micromax drivers are now trundling their way rather slowly towards turn number 10. So once again, your lineup will be Mies Huben on pole position in the number 8. Max Swiderski in the number 19 alongside. Jake Menton in the number 31 rounding out the top 3. Alongside will be the number 3 of Mats van Rooyen, with Jente Moonen completing the 5-strong order that will go into battle in just a few seconds' time, as they now make their way through turn number 11. So Swiderski might be able to get a little bit more of a counter-attack towards Mies Huben today over the course of the 2 finals. The wind has picked up, and I've noticed that going through between turn 6 and 7 down the Europalaan, that they will have to encounter a headwind. And even with a slipstream opportunity down the back straightaway, it will be tough to try and outbrake your opponent going into the inside of turn 7. Right then, into the tram lines we go. They bury the accelerators to the floor, and it is lights out. They are off and racing for the first time today. Huben gets a great start, as does Jake Menton, who tries to get past Max Swiderski in the initial throws going into turns 1 and 2, but Swiderski gets back past. Van Rooyen uses the runoff area through turn 2 for the first time. You can use that on the first lap and only on the first lap. After that, that will be considered track limits in terms of the circuit here, as the drivers now make their way down the Europalaan between turn 6 and 7, and a little bump from behind from Swiderski on Mies Huben as they go through turn 7. The 2 leaders line astern, Huben leading the way. Swiderski just behind as they exit turn number 8 into the left at 9. And now the short blast down to the right-hand sweeper at turn 10. Swiderski very close as Menton going side by side up the inside of Van Rooyen into turn 10 to take P3 for the minute. Swiderski not letting Huben breathe as Menton tries to go one way to defend against Van Rooyen, who goes back up the inside, and the pair clash going through the apex of turn 12. There's another bump from behind on Huben from Swiderski as they cross the line. The pair were 89 thousandths apart, coming across the line to complete lap number 1. Swiderski now has to bide that time, wait for the opportunity to get past, and Swiderski has set the fastest lap of anybody, a 1 minute 6.925. The time's really tumbling as the sunshine really we are welcoming with open arms here, including all of the drivers, the teams, the mechanics, and all the marshalling crew and the staff here at Karting Genk. Into turn 7 go the two leaders. You cannot pull them apart at the moment. So slightly differing lines between Mies Huben and Max Swiderski as they come down out of turn 9, down towards turn 10. Swiderski just keeping pace. And what he's doing from a strategic point of view is letting Mies Huben do all the hard work. And that was very much the case in the pre-final yesterday. So round the final corner they come to complete lap number 2. Another bump from behind. Max Swiderski has just got to keep an eye on that, because if that bumper gets pushed in any further, there could be a 5-second penalty post-race coming the number 19's way. They now head through the left-hander at turn 3 for the next two left-handers at 4. Up into 5 before the right-hand hairpin at 6 that brings them onto the Europalan. Swiderski was 83 thousandths off of Mies Huben, and last time the pair were within 6 thousandths of a second of each other in terms of lap time, but Swiderski still holds the fastest lap. Mats van Rooyen has cantered away from Jake Menton, who looks to have made a slight error on that previous lap, a 1 minute 6.4 from the number 31 from the Netherlands. Mats van Rooyen was on a 1 minute 4.7. 10 minutes to go plus an additional lap here in the pre-final on day 2 for Micromax, and it has been even Stevens so far between the top two. Huben still continuing to lead as we now go on to the end of lap 3 and on to lap 4. Huben and Swiderski both getting the head down. Swiderski making, as I said earlier, Huben do all the hard work. 73 thousandths between the pair as they cross the line after the completion of lap number 3. Two leaders now make their way through turns 4 and 5. So Swiderski, I definitely will know for a fact, will want to get back onto winning ways and get 25 points on the board. So it's 25 for a win, 20 for second, 16 for third, 13th for fourth, 13 for fourth, and 11 for fifth. Before it counts down from 10 to 1 for the remainder of the competitors. So all drivers will score in the pre-final today. As again, the two leaders come through turn number 10 into the left at 11. And now Swiderski again, literally bump drafting Mies Huben going through into turn number 12. Around the final corner they come. Once again, straight into the slipstream goes Swiderski. 73 thousandths again. That was exactly the same gap as we had last time around on the completion of lap number 3. We're on to lap 5. And the times are dropping spectacularly between the two leaders. And it was 10 thousandths between the pair. Swiderski still has the fastest lap, a 1 minute 3.730 as Mies Huben runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 6, but then slots back in front of Swiderski down the Europalan heading into turn 7. And you can see that slightly different styles of driving between the two. Swiderski seems to employ a kind of leaning tactic, especially through turn 8, leaning as far as possible over to the left-hand side, and that's going to help the left-hand side of the car actually to bite and get a bit of traction. And they are well over 3.3 seconds ahead of Mats van Rooyen, who is behind, and all 5 drivers, including Menton and Moonen, are setting fastest lap times. The leaders cross the stripe once again. 75 thousandths between the pair. It has not gone higher than 75 thousandths between first and second position in terms of the differential, because they are literally battling, and neither of them has shown the cards that they have decided to hold close to their chest. And it is about the one that blinks first. Who is the one that is going to pull the pin on the grenade and throw it and make sure that that move sticks? Well, Swiderski is the one that is really keeping Mies Huben under pressure, and you can just tell that Mies Huben is not looking back that often. What Huben is doing is just looking forward and trying to do the job at hand. So through into the right-hander at turn 10, into 11. Still very much undecided as Swiderski still on the rear bumper of Mies Huben. They come across the line once again. We're going to go on to what is the completion of lap 6, on to lap 7. 6 minutes and 30 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. This is an absolutely relentless pace by the two leaders. They just ran a 1 minute, it was 1/1000th between the pair. So Mies Huben was on a 1 minute 3.832. Max Swiderski a 1 minute 3.833. You cannot separate these two no matter how hard you try. As they go down the back straight away down into turn 7. And I'm just keeping an eye on what's happening between the gap, well, with the gap between Max Swiderski and also the number 3 of Mats van Rooyen. And Van Rooyen has now got 2.6 seconds as now Swiderski goes for the lead up the inside of turn 10. Nicely done by the 19. And this is where the real cat and mouse games begin. It's about who's going to make that decision first, and Swiderski has decided, well, I've spent nearly 8 minutes behind Mies Huben, I want to get in front. And now we have a change of lead after 7 laps in the books. Swiderski now crossed the line and had over a 2.5 of a second advantage over Mies Huben. Lead is now going through into turn number 4, into 5, then into the right at 6. And now Swiderski is starting to break away ever so slightly from Mies Huben, but it's not by much. Probably about 4 to 5 kart lengths between the pair as Swiderski leads the way, going through into turn number 9. Through into the right at 10, once again we go on lap number 8 of this race. Very shortly the two leaders will cross the start-finish line. The gap between now Mies Huben and Mats van Rooyen in third place is just over 2.35 seconds. Lap 8 completed, and let's have a look at the gap between Huben and also Van Rooyen. 2.4 seconds, and the quickest out of the trio in front was Swiderski, a 1 minute 3.8, a 1 minute 3.919 for Mies Huben. Mats van Rooyen a 1 minute 3.975. So the slowest of the trio, as Jente Moonen in the number 10 sets a personal best of the race so far, a 1 minute 5.294, and has steadily improved over the course of the race weekend. And so that is nearly a gain of just under 0.6 of a second over the last 3 laps completed for the young Belgian. So Mies Huben now looking to counter-attack a couple of laps after Max Swiderski took the lead. The gap between the pair last time around was just over 0.37 seconds. Round the final corner they come, completing lap number 9. 0.148, so Mies Huben has just taken over 0.2 of a second out of Max Swiderski on that last lap. Make that 0.23 seconds on that particular lap alone. A 1 minute 3.663 for Mies Huben, a 1 minute 3.893 for Max Swiderski. 3 minutes still to go in the pre-final on day 2 here at Karting Genk. And Max Swiderski, after a few moments ago taking the lead from Mies Huben, about 3 minutes ago that transpired. So they come out of turn 9. Through into the right at 10 once again. Mies Huben once again looks close on the back of Max Swiderski as Jake Menton comes through turn number 9. Down towards the short blast towards the turn right at turn 10 right-hand sweeper. Swiderski takes a quick glance over the right-hand shoulder and does so again 2/10 separate the two leaders. And Swiderski last time around did a 1 minute 3.489. A 1 minute 3.543 for Mies Huben. And Huben gets very, very close into the braking zone and into the apex of turn 6. That puts him onto the back straightaway. Through into turn 7 once again. The gap looks to be around 2 to 3 kart lengths coming out of turn 3, but then Mies Huben closes up through turn 9. And then the run down to turn 10 once again. 1 minute and 30 seconds plus an additional lap remain. And with a 1 minute 3 second lap pace that the two leaders are setting, and that's in the mid 1 minute 3s. So a few more laps completed. Lap number 11 done and dusted, and Max Swiderski has now opened up the gap to just over 0.3 of a second. So it will be very, very close indeed as to whether at the end of lap 12 will Swiderski cross the line with a couple of seconds to spare to put a further lap on here in the Micromax pre-final on day 2. And the gap between Mies Huben and Mats van Rooyen has now extended to just under 3.1 seconds in the latter stages. So the blistering pace of Swiderski and Huben have not allowed Mats van Rooyen to try and close that gap. And Max Swiderski was just under 0.17 away from the fastest lap of the race, which was set back on the completion of lap number 4. 11 seconds on the clock as Swiderski crosses the line to complete lap number 12. So we'll have this plus one additional lap, a total of 14 laps. So timer has now expired, 13 minutes completed here in the Micromax pre-final on day number 2. And Max Swiderski now starting to fight back against Mies Huben in the number 8 from GKS Lemons Power. And the gap between Swiderski and Huben at the completion of lap number 12 was nearly half a second. So Swiderski getting the head down, not really looking back that much unless he can sense that Mies Huben will be behind. Last lap board now will come out as Max Swiderski powers out of the final corner. Last lap for the pre-final here in Micromax. Swiderski's lead now extends to over 7.5 of a second. So on to the 14th and final lap we go. A 1 minute 3.265 for Swiderski, who has been running in the 1 minute 3.2s and the 1 minute 3.3s over the past 3 laps, and that pace is just showcasing as he now takes a glance over his right shoulder coming out of turn number 6 into 7 for the final time. So it's been a very, very good performance by both Swiderski and Mies Huben. I have to give them credit for the way that they composed themselves in the first few moments of the race, around about till about 5 minutes 30. But the checkered flag now being prepared to wave for the first time today. And it is the number 19 of the Netherlands, Max Swiderski, who takes a 5th victory this season by a comfortable margin of over 1.1 seconds over our double winner from yesterday, the number 8 of Mies Huben, also from the Netherlands. Mats van Rooyen rounds out the top 3, 4.425 seconds behind the eventual winner, Max Swiderski. Jake Menton takes 4th place in the number 31, as Jent Thimoonen from Belgium will now cross the line, last but by no means least, in 5th place. So Max Swiderski makes sure that Mies Huben does not have an opportunity to do a clean sweep for the weekend. Oh no, the 19 has got the job done. So Swiderski wins ahead of Huben, Van Rooyen in 3rd, Jake Menton in 4th, with Jent Thimoonen rounding out the top 5 places. Max Sidursky took the victory in pre-final, or the pre-final for Micromax in day 2. We now turn our attention to Minimax, as the green flag has been waved at the end of the pre-grid and they are on their way to the circuit. So, as a result, there has been an amendment post-qualification, so your revised grid order for the pre-final for Minimax is as follows. On pole position will be the number 199 of Thomas Strauve from Belgium, and will have the number 146 of Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer alongside for close company. Matej Radenkovic in the 196 will have Thiemen Huben in the 105 alongside on row 2. Then it is an all-Dutch row 3 with Rino Franco in the 111 and the 129 of Mick Vandenberg. Then in 7th position, as a result of a post-race post-session front-fairing penalty, Vic Stevens now will start from 7th on the inside of row 4 and will have a countryman in the form of Jasper Leenerts in the 177 alongside. Bolowet in the 107 will start 9th ahead of the 106 of Laurence Herbeaux from Belgium, with Tam Saler obviously having been withdrawn due to illness. So we wish Tam Saler all the very, very best in getting well soon. 13 minutes on the clock set on the timer. The red lights will ignite on the starting gantry very, very shortly as we go on to the official formation lap. So the drivers will have a sighting and a formation lap. The track has evolved very, very quickly since the warm-up and qualifying this morning. And the pole position time set by Thomas Strauven of a 1 minute 15.033 around the circuit, I think will pretty much be obliterated when you get that nice return to dry tarmac at the circuit. So they make their way through into turn 10, and now it is down to Strauve and also Weichselbaumer to control the pace. Watch out for the likes of Radenkovic behind in 3rd, and whether the Belgian gets the jump on the Austrian, who is on the outside of the front row. We now head into turn 12 for the first of 2 races for Minimax. They come round the final corner. They start to separate, go into the tram lines. The accelerators are pressed to the floor. It is lights out. They are off and racing, and a great start by both Strauve and Radenkovic as they head into turn 2 for the first time, and a great work by Rino Franco, who's now up into 3rd place and has got Vic Stevens chasing down. Through into turn 5, but Strauven, just like yesterday, has gotten away cleanly and quickly. Radenkovic gets a switchback done on him by the 111 of Rino Franco, who's now up into 2nd from 5th. As we now go into turn 7, Radenkovic up the inside of the Dutch driver, and that allows one of the others just behind to get through in the process. As we now make our way through turn number 9, Strauven extending that lead quickly and looking to bolt. As now up the inside, looks like there's a bit of a change there. Vic Stevens, I think, has just been passed by Rino Franco for 3rd place, as it is absolutely kicking off behind. And Weichselbaumer trying to go up the inside now to take 4th place through turn 12. The Austrian makes it through, but Stevens on the counter-offensive. Mick Vandenberg and Jasper Leenerts in close proximity. Mick Vandenberg has got an absolutely brilliant slipstream, and he's being followed by Jasper Leenerts, who goes up the inside of the 129. That is very, very close between them, going through into turn 2 and into turn 3, but Leenerts springboards over the number 129 of Mick Vandenberg, and the times already are in the 1 minute 1s, a 1 minute 1.609 by Thomas Strauven, who has a consummate lead of 1.46 seconds after just the first lap. A repeat of what we saw from the 199 from Belgium yesterday in the really torrid wet weather conditions we had, and now has a gap of over 1.4 seconds over Radenkovic. Franco in 3rd, Weichselbaumer in 4th place ahead of Vic Stevens. Jasper Leenerts up into what is 6th place ahead of Mick Vandenberg, who is now being chased down by Thiemen Huben. And Laurence Herbeau's Bolowet rounds out the field. They were covered by just over 4.1 seconds after the completion of lap 1. Now on to lap 3. as we completed 2 laps so far. Gap between Stalvin and Radenkovic has slightly closed because Radenkovic has just put in the fastest lap of the race. As there goes Thiemann Huben up the inside of Mick Vandenberg through turn 2 for position. And that's for 7th place, as Jasper Leenertz really getting racy now. His father Bart did say to me, we might have a couple of tricks up our sleeve. Well, the pace is clearly showing for the 177 as he's running the back bumper going into turn 7 on Vic Stevens. And that is the battle for what is going to be 3rd place at the very least, because just up ahead they've got the likes, well, it looks like Vic Stevens has kept ahead of Jasper Leenertz. They've got the number 146 of Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer just up ahead as we fast approach the completion of 3 minutes of this 13-minute race plus an additional lap. As Leenertz goes up the inside of Stevens, Stevens gets the switchback. This could allow the Thiemann Huben to get past, and it does happen. But then Leenertz back quickly behind the 105 and then up the inside through turn 2. Oh, nicely done. Nice counter-attack by Jasper Leenertz as Mick Vandenberg trying to get past Huben. And then you got Herboz as Bolouet trying to go up the inside through into turn 4, through into turn 5. Tries to go side by side, and Louet gets past Herboz for 9th position going through turn 6. Nicely done by the 107. As now Jasper Leenertz once again closing on the back bumper of Vic Stevens in the 169.9 from Dam's Racing Team. And keep your eyes on the front because Thomas Strauven is not getting away. In fact, he's being reeled in at the minute. 1.2 seconds separated Strauven and Radenkovic last time out, and Radenkovic set the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute .503. We come across the line yet again. It's just over 9 tenths. Radenkovic is absolutely flying at the moment, as now it's side by side between Steve. That's Bolouet trying to get past Thiemann Huben, as Leenertz is trying to keep the likes of Vic Stevens, Mick Vandenberg at bay, as up the inside of Lawrence Herboz once again goes Bolouet in the 107. So some really great racing in the mid-pack here. But now the gap is really closing between the 2 leaders, as I've just spotted Strauven and Radenkovic going through turn 8. Vic Stevens again past Jasper Leenertz this time through turn 7. So some really great racecraft from these young drivers as we fast approach the completion of the first 5 minutes of this race. Radenkovic getting the head down, looking to keep that kart as aerodynamically efficient as possible. The 2 leaders come across the line. I think it's going to be less than 7 tenths between the 2 as they now cross the stripe. And it's .477. And Radenkovic has just put in a 1 minute .261. As Stevens again now ahead still of Leenertz, who's trying to get past the 169. And that is for 5th place. Leenertz is going to try the move. He's going to try and build up momentum. Looked through the inside of turn 4. Couldn't get through on turn 5. Now into 6. So Leenertz, if he gets a good run, will have to watch out for Thiemann Huben just behind, and also Mick Vandenberg. So this is the 4-way scrap over 5th place as they head through the exit of the Europalan onto turn 7. But Radenkovic is closing. The 2 leaders now making their way down towards turn 10. Radenkovic is about a kart length behind Strauven, so the lead is very much in danger of changing very, very shortly. They now make their way down into turn number 12. Rino Franco still holds on to 3rd. Weichselbaumer from Austria in 4th, ahead of Stevens, Leenertz, Huben, Vandenberg, Louet and Herboz still battling over 9th position. Just over a 10.5 separated the 2 leaders as we completed lap number 6. And Radenkovic again has gone even quicker by 1/1000th to stay as the fastest driver in terms of pure lap pace, as Leenertz gets up the inside of Stevens through turn 3 for 5th place. Leaders now onto the back straight down the Europalan, and now Radenkovic is going for the lead, gets up the inside through turn 7 to now take it on lap number 7 through turn 7 itself, and keeps ahead of Strauven and makes the move stick through the right hand sweeper at turn number 8. Great job there by Matej Radenkovic, because Strauven literally ran away like a mouse running away from a cat trying to get something to take back home, and unfortunately Strauven got had the bitter pill to swallow there, unfortunately. So Strauven now has to fight back against Radenkovic. We cross the line with just over 5 minutes and 50 still remaining on the clock. So Radenkovic has now got to get the head down and just keep pushing forward. Be like a one of those prime race horses with the blinkers on, just looking forward and not looking back, because the minute you start looking back, you're going to compromise yourself. As Thiemann Huben gets up the inside of Vic Stevens for 6th place through turn number 2. So a good job there by the 105, as Radenkovic now being closed in on by Strauven. The fight really begins here with just under 5.5 minutes to go in this Minimax pre-final for day 2 of the competition. So between Radenkovic and Strauven last time, it was 0.272, but Strauven not wanting Radenkovic to get away. And the sunshine really, really beating through the clouds right now, bathing the circuit in warmth. So round the final corner they come. Radenkovic now leads after the completion of lap number 8. 2 tenths ahead of Strauven as they now go into turn number 2. So it's Buvin Power versus Dams Racing Team, and in many respects Strauven did start doing all the work, but it's one thing to keep the lead, it's another thing entirely if you have to try and hold on to it. And for about the next 5.5 minutes, Radenkovic has got to hold on. But we have seen it before where the lead has been battled over a number of contested laps. And it's anyone's guess as to who is going to be the one that is going to make that move that decides everything. And it's about putting it all on the table. Not letting anything to chance, not making any unforced errors or mistakes, just making sure you're running your own race. And every race driver worth their salt out there, including in karting, wants to win. And they'll want to win firm but fair. And we have seen it in the past where there have been some very robust manoeuvres to take the lead. But Radenkovic's move for the lead a few laps ago, going through into turn 7 on lap 7, was definitely a textbook opportunity going down the Europalan back straight here at Karting Genk. As there's been another change for position a little bit further down the order, as Mick Vandenberg has now lost out to Boluet, who's now up into 8th place. So a good job for the 107, who started at in 9th position, now had dropped to the back of the field, started battling away with Lawrence Herboz, as the leaders now come out of turn 9, down the short blast towards the right-hand sweeper at turn 10. Radenkovic still leads. We're on lap number 10 of the race, with just over 3 minutes remaining. And that gap looks to not have been closed in on by Strauven. It's actually been extended by about 80 thousandths by Radenkovic, who's just put in a 1 minute .479. An improvement from Nando Weichselbaumer in terms of fastest lap set in this race. 1 lap ago on the completion of lap number 9. So Weichselbaumer running in the low 1 minute ones, as is Huben, as is Lehnertz, and Vic Stevens has just put in a 1 minute .004. The battle for 5th to 7th, I think, is really going to intensify, as Thiemann Huben is being closed in on by Jasper Lehnertz. That is the battle for 5th place as they go through turn 7 and into turn 8. As the leaders now come through into the left-hander at turn 11 before the final turn at turn 12 here at the 1,360 metre circuit at Karting Genk. Still all to play for. Has Strauven closed that gap this time around? He has, but by literally a fraction, about 20 thousandths of a second approximately, and has put in a personal best lap time on the completion of lap 11, a 1 minute .406 from the Belgian in the 199 entry. As Thiemann Huben and Jasper Lehnertz have now gotten away from Vic Stevens, so those two will be battling over 5th place as they now head into turn 6 onto the Europalan. And Lehnertz gets a good run out of the corner and has to slot back behind Thiemann Huben. So we're fast approaching the last 70 seconds plus an additional lap of this race still to go. Radenkovic continues to lead. So we'll look to do the same as what Max Sadursky did to Mies Huben on the start of day number 2 of competition. So we'll have this plus an additional lap to go as the gap once again slightly extends between Radenkovic and Strauven. Franco crosses the line still in third and is 4.5 seconds behind this battling duo at the front of the field. Weichselbaumer still in fourth. Lehner still trying to close on Thiemenhuben in the battle for 5th place. As we go on to the penultimate lap, just under 30 seconds remain before the 13-minute timer hits 0. And through turn number 8 come the 2 leaders. Radenkovic now being closed in on again by Strauven. This is not over yet. And we've seen it before in races where the drivers have come out line astern through turn 12. And normally, if you get a drag race towards the finish, and that can happen, that someone will get the advantage. It's normally the driver behind. It's now Strauven goes back up the inside of Radenkovic for the lead through on turn 12 as we now go on to the last lap. Radenkovic now goes to the inside. Strauven tries to cover off and can't get the job done. Radenkovic back up into the lead by the exit of turn number 2. Through into 3. Into 4 for the final time. Radenkovic takes a look over the right shoulder, and Strauven was looking a bit more towards the left-hand side of the 196 as they go through onto the back straight for the final time. Strauven looking towards the inside. Radenkovic shuts the door. Down into turn 7, off of the Europalan, into the right-hander at 8 for the final time. And it was 30 thousandths of a second when they crossed the line on the when we went on to the final lap. It is about now who is going to strike and when is it going to happen. Radenkovic keeps the door closed for Strauven, who now looks up the inside of turn 10. Retakes the lead with 2 corners to go. Coming out of turn 11. Does Radenkovic get a good run out of the corner and close up towards Strauven? He's going to sweep in wide, cut towards the inside and bump Strauven, and that allows Strauven to keep ahead and take the victory by a mere fraction, 0.189 seconds. So Strauven makes it 3 for 3 so far this weekend. Radenkovic could have had that in the bag had there not been a touch from behind, and Strauven absolutely beside himself with joy over that victory. Rino Franco takes 3rd place ahead of Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer, with Thiemenhuben managing to keep Jasper Lehnertz at bay, and it was 0.163 seconds between the pair in the battle for 5th position. Vic Stevens takes 7th ahead of Mick Vandenberg, with Lawrence Herboz and Boluet rounding out the top 10 positions. But what a great exchange between Thomas Strauven and Matej Radenkovic all race long here in the Minimax pre-final on day 2 of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season penultimate round. Entertaining battles there in the Minimax pre-final, but we get underway with pre-final number 3. It's for Junior Rotax this time, and following on for qualifications, no amendments needed to the grid, and here it is as follows. So it is an all-Belgian front row with Thomas Martins in the 255 and double race victor from yesterday, Kai Gielets in the 274. Follow that up with Tim Gerhards and Lucas Schoenmakers in the 205 and the 210 respectively. The two other title protagonists after the first day that marked the halfway point of the season. Joip Briefeld in the 212 and Matthijs Turlo in the 242. They complete row number 3. Christian de Klein in the 299 and Max Knappen from the 248 complete the top 4 rows, with Colin van Lammeren in the 263 and Gilles Clouet in the 221 completing the top 10. Completing the 18-strong starting order will be Luc Nielsen in the 275, Nick Gerhards in the 206, Johi Schoens in the 226, the 297 of Rune de Bruyke, Olivier Jonkers in the 222, Tern Schmidt in the 267 with Sam Bergstein in the 219, and Jens van der Eyden starting in 18th in the 254. The sunshine once again graces us with its presence before it quickly sneaks behind the cloud cover that is being blown across the circuit in the direction of the where the drivers are driving up the Europlan, adjacent to parallel to road-going traffic. It's actually blowing the other way. So 13 minutes on the clock are set in stone, ready to count down the minute we go racing, as the field now starts to concertina through turn number 8. So it will be Martins on pole, Gielets in second, behind them will be Tim Gerhards, Lucas Schoenmakers, Joip Briefeld, Matthijs Turlo, Christian de Klein, Max Knappen, Colin van Lammeren and Gilles Clouet, who complete the top 10 positions. Drivers weaving, trying to, in some respects, sort of focus themselves and get themselves steeled and ready for battle that is about to commence very, very shortly. The two leaders lead the field coming out of turn number 11. So, red lights on the starting gantry. We are about to get things underway well and truly in Junior Rotax as we head towards the second half of what's been an enthralling Junior Rotax campaign so far. They come through the final corner. They split. They go into the tram lines. The accelerators are pressed down to the floor. They are off and away. We are good to go racing. And it's a great start from Thomas Martins, as there was a bit of a tank slapper there for Gilles Clouet. Everyone trying to make their way through turns 2 and 3 for the first time. Some drivers using the runoff area, which you can do on lap number 1. But Thomas Martins has gotten away like a scolded cat. Kai Gielets has actually dropped down the order a couple of places, at the very least I think probably 3rd position for the 274, as it is all elbows out towards the bottom part of the top 12, let alone the top 15, as the whole field now tries to navigate its way through turn 7, which they all successfully do. Now through into turn 9 they come, and down towards turn number 10. Looks like Tim Gerhards has managed to get his way up into 2nd position behind Thomas Martins. Schoenmakers now has got past Gielets, who's in 4th place, and then Matthijs Turlo, who had a disaster in the final yesterday, as Jens van der Eyden looks to be making up a few places in the process. So after lap 1, Martins leads from Tim Gerhards, Lucas Schoenmakers, Kai Gielets, who started on the front row, now drops behind his JJ Racing teammates. So other drivers that have made up positions: Turlo, Knappen, Nielsen, de Klein, van der Eyden and Briefeld. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Van der Eyden on the first lap alone has got up halfway past the order. And now he's going to try and go up the inside Banzai past Christian de Klein through turn 7 and makes it up to P8. Great job by the 254, who is absolutely flying at the moment. Thomas Martins has set the fastest lap of the race so far, but is now coming under pressure. Tim Gerhardt's up the inside through turn 10. Martins tries to do the switchback, but Schoenmakers comes from absolutely nowhere to pounce past them. And then Martins tries to go towards the outside of turn 12. Gerhardt gets back into lead, but Kai Rielertz comes in. And now this is fast emerging to be a six-way scrap for the lead, as it's nearly 2 by 2. Hurrah as they come across the start-finish line. It is anyone's guess who is going to come out on top, and it's Mathies Turlo who's trying to get past Rielertz through turn 2. Schoenmakers now back up into second. No, make that Martins as they clash wheels. Oh, Schoenmakers gets forced a little bit wide going through into turn 5. Oh my goodness me, someone get the defibrillator on standby. Wow, we have got a battle on our hands, and it's a battle royale if it was a manga comic in Japan. Oh, a little bit of a tussle there. Martins nearly got spat sideways onto the exit of turn 7, but managed to keep a hold of it. Turlo not too far behind, but then gets pounced on by Kai Rielertz, who gets up the inside back into 4th position, goes to 274. So much juxtaposing, like it's going out of fashion, as the I think that was the 275 of Luke Nielsen that ran wide. Jens van der Eyden now up from stone dead last, 18th place up into 7th as we go on to lap number 4. But Tim Gerhardt has absolutely bolted away like the prime racehorse and has got a gap of 1.846 seconds. Knappen up into 2nd, Martins 3rd, Rielertz, Schoenmakers now down into 5th, Mathies Turlo down into 6th place. Van der Eyden now gets past Turlo going into turn 5. So that is a gain of 12 positions in 3.5 laps. Calvin de Groot also trying to factor into this, but Colin van Lammeren, Calvin de Groot's in seniors, my apologies there. Colin van Lammeren looking very racy in 8th place. Christian de Klein not having the greatest day in the office and has been closed in by the twin brother of the current leader, Tim Gerhardt. It's Nick Gerhardt in the 206. Those wondering about how you can differentiate them when they're running the same liveries, Alex. Well, you look at the helmet design of Nick and it's bright fluorescent yellow, whereas Tim has gone for a more traditional Dutch orange. So the drivers now making their way through the order as Nick Gerhardt gets up the inside, not just of Turlo, but also of Decline, and he has to use the runoff area, as does Turlo. As Turlo spun around sideways, 90 degrees to the left, and he goes rally crossing, and that has dropped him way down on the field. And straight away, he was completely disappointed there. Despondency showing. The head, like literally, it was like, oh, that's really knackered my race, hasn't it? And that's a real shame. But nevertheless, keep your eyes of Jens van der Eyden, the 254, who's now trying to battle away with the driver currently 2nd in the standings by a single point behind Lucas Schoenmakers. Is Kai Rielertz now coming under threat? But look at Colin van Lammeren going with them. Watch out for Nick Gerhardt, who's not that far behind either. A few more overtakes happening a little bit further down towards the bottom part of the top 10, and that does involve the likes of Schoenmakers. Sam Bergstein in the 219, pole sitter from yesterday, goes up the inside of the 267 of Turn Schmidt to now take 11th position. And there is a 5-way scrap a little bit further behind being led, and that is a battle for 13th position, all the way down to stone dead last, being rounded out by, 17th, and that's Jori Schoens in the 226, and that's got Luke Nielsen at the front of that train. So now Van der Eyden coming under threat as Van Lammeren now coming under pressure from Nick Gerhardt. Nick Gerhardt has now found some pace in the dry and is looking to consolidate a bit more performance. Tim Gerhardt has the fastest lap of the race in the pocket on lap number 4 on a 57.673. So the pace is increasing, but also so is Gerhardt's lead. Unless Max Knappen in the 248 has anything to say about it, it is slightly extended by 12 one-thousandths of a second. So we've got just over 7 minutes of this race remaining as Schoenmakers up the inside of Martins there, going through into turn number 2. And that is for what will be 3rd place on the road. And at the minute, with 6 minutes and 47 seconds plus an additional lap still to go, Tim Gerhardt leads by over 2 seconds. As problems for Nick Gerhardt once again. They do say that lightning strikes twice, and unfortunately for that young man in the 206, it has happened again. We saw when he got turned around yesterday, did a 360 pirouette and then ended up shortcutting from turns 2 to 6 yesterday afternoon, and then waited for everyone to go past. And this battle royale that's now happening between Christian de Klein, Joip Breedveld, and now Sam Bergstein, and that's the battle for 9th place. Whereas Nick Gerhards is now stuck in ahead of Tern Schmidt, so Nick Gerhards outside of the top 10 as of now. As Christian de Klein gets past Joip Breedveld, is now Sam Bergstein tries to mount the curbs and nearly sends that cart all 4 wheels into the air like Michael Knight and Knight Rider back in the 80s. However, he kept it on the asphalt, managed to keep going with Decline, and is pulling alongside. Not just pulling alongside, he's powering past. And so is Joip Breedveld, who both get past through into turn number 7. And then just behind them, we've got Tern Schmidt in the 267. And there are 2 carts, there's not just him. Oh no! Christian Decline put the blockers on the 267 of Tern Schmidt, and Schmidt had nothing, had a little bit of contact. It unsettled the back of the cart and it pirouetted it. And so Tern Schmidt now out of the battle for what would have been the lower part of the top 10. As there's some changes happening a little bit further up the order, as now Colin van Lammeren gets past Jan van der Eyden, who I think might have expired those Mojo tyres a little bit earlier in the race. So by having blitzed the field and gone up from what was 18th and stone dead last up to what is now going to be 7th position, Van Lammeren has now managed to take the opportunity to get past. As there's some more drivers trying to go up towards, I've seen Olivier Jonkers in there, and you've got Jori Schoens and Gilles Cloet just up ahead. So these drivers have got Mathis Turlo, I think that is, in the 242 Piroulat just behind. So Turlo going side by side with Jonkers. Now Jonkers last year raced as a junior. We've got just over 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. The gap between Gerhards and Knappen is now over 2.5 seconds. Sean Makers, 4.3 seconds off of the lead. Martins, Gielitz, Van Lammeren, Van der Eyden. Then we got Breedveld, Bergstein, and Luc Nielsen is up the inside of the 222 of Olivier Jonkers. Comes back the recovering Mathis Turlo, who was up in the top 5 in the early throws of this race. Fastest lap of the race so far is by Lucas Schoenmakers, who was over 0.5 of a second quicker than Max Knappen. So keep an eye on that gap at the moment. It's under 1.8 seconds between those 2 drivers. In the same stable at JJ Racing as is the driver in 5th position, Kai Gielitz, in the 274, who is behind Thomas Martins for position. And the gap between them last time around was just over 1.2 seconds. Let's see if Kai Gielitz has made an improvement. So Gielitz now has gone quicker, and he's gone quicker than anyone else. The first driver out of the 18-strong field to drop under 57 seconds. A 56.866, and Gielitz is just over half a second away from Thomas Martins. And they are going down the back straightaway into turn 7 off of the Europlan. So Gielitz now starting to build some momentum, looking to get up into 4th place, having started on the outside of the front row in 2nd after qualifying. And Thomas Martins, let's not forget, he was on pole position as Gielitz goes one way. Can't see a gap through turn 10. They're going to come out of the left-hander, and is Gielitz going to get a good run? He looks to be upping the pace here, does the young Belgian, just 14 years of age, coming through the final corner. And now he gets a good slipstream. And that was a textbook manoeuvre from Gielitz, just literally pulled out from behind Martins, pulled alongside, powered past, and that was it. Job done. Gielitz now up into 4th place with just over 2 minutes to go. Some great workmanship when it all comes together with something like that, and when you've got the driver that is currently leading the Rotax Max Euro Trophy standings in this category, that is something that is absolutely a joy to behold. It is it's a bit like, I would say music to my ears, but obviously you can actually see it. It's like it puts a glint in your eye, so to speak, as we fast approach the last 90 seconds of this race. Tim Gerhards has a lead, a comfortable one, I think he's probably ended up going down the local motorway and ended up getting away from everybody else, because he's now, let's see what the gap is between him and Max Knappen, and watch out for Schoenemakers. Gap between them, 0.360 of a second. Schoenemakers puts in the fastest lap of the race and goes quicker than anybody, a 56.766. That was 12 one-thousandths quicker than Kai Gielitz on that last lap. As now Schoenemakers goes up the inside for Knappen, for second place. And the pair are side by side, and in the inside of it is Max Knappen, who will get the inside line for turn 7. The 2:48 gets back up into second position. And even though we have 48 seconds on the clock, look how close Kai Gielitz is now. So Gielitz is not that far away from this duo battling away. He's about 1.7 seconds adrift. So after this, so we're getting towards the last 30 seconds of the race. And when they say that you're not talking about the leader is doing a fantastic job, and that is what Tim Gerhardt is doing to get his championship fights on track. As now Lukas Schoenemakers easily pulls past Max Knappen going into turn 2. But look at the gap. Gielitz is waiting to strike a little bit further down the order. Van der Eyden has a little bit of a tussle with Joop Breedveld and has got Sam Bergstein for company. So it's down to Van der Eyden as to whether you're going to attack or you're going to defend. And that attack on Van Lammeren, I think, has just put him into the clutches of Breedveld. As now the leaders, the second, third, fourth place drivers. And it is a trio from JJ Racing with Knappen leading it. Schoenemakers in third place. And fourth is Kai Gielitz. So timer has expired. This time around, Tim Gerhardt will get the final lap board. So we go on to the 15th and final lap. And now the battle for second to fourth really heats up. Gielitz goes absolutely storming his way past Max Knappen into third place through the kink at turn 1, and then made it stick by turn 2. Nicely done there by Gielitz. But Knappen, there was a little bit of a gesticulation there, and definitely wants to look to get past the 274. But Gielitz is fast running out of time if he wants to try and mount an offensive on Schoenemakers. But he might might sort of think discretion is the better part of valor, as we are on the final lap thereof. If it was a lap and a half, I'm sure that the team would probably say, well, you can race, but don't take each other out. Biggest rule in racing, never take out your teammates. But the checkered flag this time now is prepared. And coming across the line from SP Motorsport, it's the 205 of Tim Gerhardt, who wins by a commanding stretch. And second across the line, it is a Dutch 1-2, courtesy of Lukas Schoenemakers. Kai Gielitz in the 274 takes third place ahead of Max Knappen. And the gap between second to fourth was just under 3/10 at the end of the race. Thomas Martins, the pole sitter, takes fifth place ahead of Colin van Lammeren, with Joop Breedveld taking seventh ahead of Sam Bergstein. Jens van der Eyden would finish ninth, exactly halfway up the field from where he started. When we started the race over 13 minutes ago. Christian de Klein in 10th. Nick Gerhardt would finish in 11th, ahead of Luc Nielsen, Olivier Jonkers, Jochi Schoens, Teun Schmidt, Matty Surlo, Rune de Broeke and Gilles Chloé, completing the 18-strong grid that all completed the 15 laps of the race.
nat, een beetje die, een beetje dat en dan moet je maar een beetje pingelen, dan is het pingelen. Ja. Zo simpel is het.
So the anticipation and the intensity increases once again thanks to the Genie Rotax drivers. That was a fantastic race, but let's have a look at our grid for Senior Rotax. No Clémentine Benoit, who has withdrawn officially. So here is your grid. Luca Leistra from Belgium will have Turkey's Ehad Turka alongside on the front row. Then it's Mike van Vught from the Netherlands and Sean Butcher from Great Britain. Milan Koppens and Dirk Jansen on row number 3 with Sem van Til and Andreas Hebauer completing the top 4 rows. Jordi van der Eyck and Lars Zanen complete the top 10. Ahead of Pranger Jens, Arthur Hosch, who was the pole sitter and pre-final race victor yesterday. Followed by Vincent van Kerkhoven and Luna Blum, who complete row 7 with Jeff Machiels, Kobe de Bruyke, Victor Plateau, Bart de Wit, Jules Castro and Beer Doristin rounding out the top 20. Completing the 28 going into battle will be as follows. Maurice Schuring from 21st ahead of Bas Janssen, Scott Westhovens, Flint Schuring, Max Stemenik, Emily de Hoys, Calvin de Groot and Francis Leonie Claude completing the 28 strong that will go into battle. We are now on the official formation lap. 13 minutes set on the timer. And the red lights will very shortly be ignited on the starting gantry once again. So the only person compromised in qualifying was Vincent van Kerkhoven, who actually dropped 3 places as a result of a front fairing penalty post-qualification, dropping the driver down from 10th to 13th. So Lars Zanen takes up that position on the top 10. So let's have a look and see how we get on. You thought the Junior Rotax drivers were going to bring the intensity. Now watch the fire and brimstone coming from Senior Rotax, one of my favourite classes within Rotax racing circles, and it always provides the biggest grids that we have normally on any domestic or international championship thereof. So top 10, it is Leistra, Turka, Van Vught, Butcher, Koppens, Janssen, Van Til, Hebauer, Van der Eyck and Zanen. They are all now getting themselves ready. Hold on to something, because the ride is going to be bumpy all the way through the next 13 minutes. Through the final corner they come. They start to split. They go into the tram lines. They put the accelerators down to the floor. It is lights out. We are off and away. And already Sean Butcher it looks like Ehad Turka tried to get into the lead and does so. Leistra trying to force the inside as it's nearly 3 abreast. Turka drops down into around about 4th or 5th position, but Sean Butcher challenging Leistra for the lead and gets it through turn 4. Nice work by Sean Butcher up from 4th to 1st by the end of the first half of the circuit here at Karting Genk, as it's nearly 2-3 abreast coming through turn 6 for the first time. Field now makes its way down the Europalan, but Butcher gets ahead of Luca Leistra. I think Mike van Vugt might be up into 3rd place. That is the case. I do recognise that the helmet livery he's got on there, but he is being challenged for 3rd position. And it could be the case that the Dutch driver, who is a multi-time junior road tax champion in a multitude of categories, has just been passed by Drake Jansen. Dennis Andreas Hebel. Erhard Turker looks to be dropping a couple of places, and one of them that has just got past is the number 344 of Milan Koppens. Sem van Til, I think, has also made up a couple of positions as well. I'm just waiting as they turn past. Get past, it was Jordi van der Eyck in the 390 that got past Erhard Turker too, coming out of the final corner. Morris Shearing has dropped all the way down to stone dead last. Oh, we've had a massive incident, and one driver has been pitched into a double spin, and that is the 383 of Vincent van Kerkhoffen. The front Nassau askew to the right hand side. Driver looks in a bit of discomfort. Looks like we have got a yellow flag condition on Marshall Post 2 coming out of turn 3. And that is with 11 minutes and 16 seconds to go. Multiple people running to the scene at the minute. So looks like they've got the slow boards out, as they've now managed to pull Vincent van Kerkhoffen to one side. There was another GKS kart involved, as now the 380 of Sem van Til just behind Milan Koppens, and it is a full course yellow called by race control. Could I ask that the driver number 299 junior road tax, 299 junior road tax plus entrant Christian de Klein plus entrant to report to the stewards immediately, please. So we have got a full course yellow, it looks like. A full course yellow. So just the drivers are slowing to a crawl at the moment. So Vincent van Kerkhoffen, I'm just keeping an eye on him at the moment. He's trying to get out of the cart. It's looking to be a little bit difficult. So full course yellow. It is a full course yellow here at Karting Genk, called by race control. A nasty incident. So the medical team now making their way on to assess the situation. So the drivers can only keep themselves composed, and it looks like Van Kerkhoffen is being assisted out of the cart, and we just wait to see the decision of race control. So Van Kerkhoffen has been lifted out of the cart with assistance. They're pulling the cart to one side. Medical team on site with the driver at the moment. So a full course yellow has been instigated at the circuit here at Karting Genk for the Senior Road Tax pre-final. I will give you an update as soon as we hear anything. The medical team is on the scene. Good to see that Vincent van Kerkhoffen is standing up. So a full course yellow has been employed in the Senior Road Tax pre-final. And the timer is still ticking down at the moment. But the biggest thing is that it's very, very nice to see Vincent van Kerkhoffen now walking, even despite being assisted, out of harm's way after a very, very hefty impact. So the timer has continued to count down. Now that we do have Vincent van Kerkhoven off to safety, the cart has been pulled out of any potential danger. And it will be down to who gets the restart nailed perfectly. So drivers now heading towards turn number 12. They come out of the final corner. They're told to slow. Green flag waves, we're back underway. And Lystra leads as everyone starts going in to full throttle racing once again. Lystra leads going into turn 2 ahead of Sean Butcher, who's running the back bumper of the 372 from Bouvin Power. Mike van Vugt in third place ahead of Derek Jansen, who rounds out the top 4. Milan Koppens in 5th place. They now go down the Europlan for the first time after the restart. We've got just over 4.5 minutes remaining in this race. Lystra leads, Butcher second, Van Vugt, Derek Jansen. Ehad Turker has now got past Milan Koppens, it looks like. And then also Sem van Tiel was a little bit further behind. So green flags waving. It is well and truly back underway here in Senior Road Tax pre-final here on day 2. Van Vugt looking to close it up in on Butcher, goes up the inside of the Brit through turn 12. Butcher looking to try and make the switch back, but Van Vugt was very, very quick to nail the apex on the exit of turn 12. So Lystra now trying to break away from the likes of Van Vugt, from the likes of Butcher, who's now being pressurised by Derek Jansen, going in to turns 3, 4, now into the left at 5. Ehad Turker now bolts onto the back of this 4-cart train in the battle for second as Butcher goes up the inside of Van Vugt, who gets the switch back through turn 6. And then powers past as Derek Jansen gets compromised in some respects, and so Ehad Turker loses out a couple of positions. And I think you also got I'm just keeping an eye now. Luna Blom has absolutely rocketed up the order as the 319 from the Netherlands. And is battling away, I think it's with Andreas Heber and the 321 from Dams Racing. And we've got a black and white warning flag for the 397 of Lars Zanen. So whether that was the other cart that was involved, I'm not too sure. But the lead now is in the hands of Luca Lystra by over 7.5 tenths of a second, as we've got an absolute melee heading into turn 2. And that is being led by Artur Horsch in the 337, who's down in 12th position, is now up the inside, tries to go Jules Castro, and that allows Victor Plateau, I think, has just springboarded past the pair of them in the process. So at the minute, Van Voost now needs to start fighting back, and being ahead of Sean Butcher will close the gap in terms of points. Butcher came into this at the halfway point of the season on 102 points, whereas Mike Van Voost had 78 by my calculations, putting him 24 at a 24-point deficit. But this will bring it back to 20, depending on whether Van Voost can stay ahead of Sean Butcher. So at the minute, as they cross the line, we have completed 9 laps of this race, despite the lengthy full course yellow after the incident involving Vincent van Kerkhoffen required the medical team to come on site. Sean Butcher now past Mike Van Voost, so this will extend the gap further to around about 28 points. Milan Coppens, however, thinks otherwise and gets past Van Voost. So Van Voost now drops to 4th. And that really does not give him any opportunity when he's got to try and fight back now, as Van Voost had a difficult day yesterday. Scored 8 points in the pre-final and scored nothing in the final. So Van Voost really on the trying to get back on the comeback trail, become the comeback kid, if you will. The 16-year-old based out of Voxemen in the Netherlands, a 2-time Road Sax Max Euro Trophy champion, the only driver in that championship to successfully defend a title. He's also won BNL karting series titles as a junior, corner karting as well, amongst many of the Road Sax Max Challenger championships that happen across the globe. But Luca Lystra looking very racy, but is trying to break away from Sean Butcher, who has gone 0.2 of a second quicker in the previous lap. As now some of the drivers battling their way up and down the field. Maurice Schuring trying to get stuck in and is actually all the way down in around 22nd place, battling away with the likes of Francis Leonie Claude, who normally runs in the NSK, the National Series de Karting, over in France, who's also competed quite recently at the second round of the Road Sax Max Euro Trophy Championship that took place 4 weeks ago at Wackersdorf. So Van Voost looking to try and close on Milan Coppens, but had a bit of a difficult lap as the 390 of Jordi van der Eyck is closing on Francis Andreas Herbert in the battle for 9th place. So we go on to the penultimate lappers now. Up the inside of Milan Coppens goes Mike Van Voost for 3rd, but just behind them, watch out for Sam Van Thiel. So Van Thiel has started to close and has started setting personal bests, and that time put in a 55.590. Victor Plateau in the 350, however, is the one that has been the fastest out of anybody, and after the completion of lap 10, the 11th place driver, who's trying to close up in on Jordi van der Eyck, who rounds out the top 10, put in a 55.440 and is nearly 1.3 seconds adrift. As now we head back to the drivers battling over 3rd position, as now Sam Van Thiel joins Mike Van Voost in 4th and Milan Coppens in 3rd place. As now Sean Butcher looks to try and do what he can to try and get past, as Van Voost gets past Milan Coppens, who gets the inside run, and up the inside of Mike Van Voost goes Sam Van Thiel, who's going to try and challenge Milan Coppens in towards turns 1 and 2, and he gets up the inside. Van Voost trying to go through on the 344 and also gets past. So Milan Coppens, in the case of a straightaway in a couple of corners, goes down from 3rd to 5th, and watch out behind, because Ehad Turka in the 309 is going to go banzang up the inside. Oh, hits the side pod on the right hand side of Milan Coppens, which puts the Belgian sideways. Massive opposite lock correction there for Milan Coppens going through into turn 6. So Turka quite clearly went for it, and now that has put Milan Coppens in the clutches of Luna Blum, of all people. Luna Blum started 14th, as now Sam Van Thiel keeps ahead of Mike Van Voost for the moment. As now we are very, very close, I think possibly to end proceedings, as Luca Lystra takes the win ahead of Sean Butcher, and the gap was 0.617 at the flag. Van Voost takes 3rd. Damage limitation for the young Dutchman behind Sean Butcher. Van Thiel takes 4th ahead of Turka, Coppens, Luna Blum, Derek Janssen, Jordi van der Eyck and Francis Andreas Herbert rounds out the top 10. Victor Plateau in 11th ahead of Jules Castro. Emily de Hoys made it all the way from 26th position to finish 13th. That's a great amount of work from the Dutch JJ Racing Place driver with Jeff Machiels and Bart DeWitt rounding out the top 15 who will provisionally score points. Then from 16th downwards, it's Flint Schuring, Beer Dorrestein, Max Demmerdink, Scott Westhovens, Arthur Horsch, Maurice Schuring, Leonie Claude, Bas Janssen, Kobe de Bruyke, Calvin de Groot, Plange Jens, Lars Zanen retired on lap number 9, and on lap 2, Vincent van Kerkhoffen suffering a nasty incident, which means that the kart will be recovered. Recovery currently underway, but what a drive by Luca Leistra to keep Sean Butcher et al. Behind to take the win in Senior Rotax pre-final here on day 2. So the green flag waves for our last pre-final of the second round of the season here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. Next up, DD2 and DD2 Masters. So no amendments post-qualifying, and your running order is as follows. Zon of Sherblak will start from pole position, and it is not just a Belgian, but also a Bouvin Power front row, as Glenn van Parijs is alongside the defending champion. Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands is joined by the DD2 Masters pole sitter for today, Tom Dessert, in the 530. Rudy Champion in the 544 will line up 5th alongside Sweden's Robin Knutsson in the 432 from KR Sport. Yannick Gussens and France's Paulo Bessancenes round out the top 4 rows, followed by Maxime Deriche and also countryman Sébastien Degrand in the 487. They complete the top 10 places. Tamsin Germain in the 525 and Roland Kinch in the 557 make it a British and all DD2 Masters row number 6. Wout Anthonissen and Carl Klebort line up on row number 6 in the 433 and the 510. Jordi Klebort in the 410 and Bart Koolman in the 516 round out the next row, and that will be row number 7, row number 8, and then row 9 will be Christoph Adams and Brindley Kinch. "13 minutes set on the timer once again as we get ourselves ready for our last pre-final. We've had 5 yesterday. This is the 5th and final one today on day 2 before we go into the business end of the weekend. Just a quick paddock announcement for those drivers and teams out there that are listening. The podium ceremony will take place at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon, local time. All drivers that are called will need to be wearing their race suits, bring their helmets with them, and also wear the mandatorily required face masks covering your nose and your mouth to be on the official celebrations this afternoon. So, the last pre-final about to get underway. They come out of the final corner. They start to split. The accelerators now get pressed to the floor as we go. Lights out, they are off and racing. Great start by Zander Triblak as Glenn Van Parijs slots in behind, as does Mick Knowlton. Paulo Besancenes looking, well, really champion, trying to get past the likes of Tom Desera, but Mick Knowlton still rounds out the top 3 as they go harrowing their way, and there's been contact a little bit further back down the field, and one of them is the 557 of Roland Kinch, and the other one is Wout Anthonissen. And they are both literally stricken over one side of the straightaway between turn 9 and 10. And Roland Kinch is looking in a bit of discomfort there. So marshalling team on the scene. I caught the tail end of that incident happening. So now yellow flags will be waved coming out of turn number 8. So they're now just having a chat with Roland Kinch. He is moving in the cart, which is a great sign, as now Glenn Van Parijs tries to go for the lead on Zander Triblak. So yellow flags will now stop their battling. And until they get the green flag, then they can start battling away, which they can do coming out of turn number 5 as the 2 leaders, who are squabbling like a pair of petulant children, and I hope for a fact that these 2 do not take each other out, because that would be an absolute travesty. So Roland Kinch just being escorted to safety. Double waved yellows coming out of turn 8 now, so no overtaking. The drivers do need to slow down and not overtake, as now they go through into turn 10 where the green flag allows them to get back at it. So it's battling away, hammer and tongs between the 2 at the front of the field. Zander Triblak leads the way. Glenn Van Parijs in second, the current points leader after the halfway point of the season. Mick Knowlton rounds out the top 3. Yannick Gussens in 4th. Rudy Champion leads the way in DD2 Masters and rounds out the top 5. Maxime Deriche and also Sébastien Degrand round out the top 7. Tom Desera in 8th. Second in DD2 Masters. Besancenes ahead of Robin Knutson, who rounds out the top 10. And Tamsin Germain rounds out the top 11, but the Brit now, currently, by my estimation, is 3rd in DD2 Masters. So the leaders now making their way through turn 9, 10 minutes and 30 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. Zander Triblak continues to lead the way in the overall classification of the race. Glenn Van Parijs, they are now being caught. Watch out, Mick Knowlton is closing, and Yannick Gussens has set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 2. Mick Knowlton now sets the fastest lap of a 54.845 as the sunshine is welcomed back with open arms. Thank you up there. We really needed a bit more heat on this circuit, let alone the action that's on it at the minute, I must be completely honest. Oh, Bit of a moment there for Glenn Van Parijs as he nearly goes up into the back bumper of Zander Schublack, but manages to keep it under control. He's going to watch the front fairing on that kart, because otherwise, if that's pushed in, that's an automatic 5-second penalty for any driver. They are checked in the scrutineering bay post every race. Every driver gets weighed pretty much, so it's driver and kart on the scales. So we're about to complete lap number 4. And the biggest thing here, now this is a repeat of yesterday, but we are in dry running conditions here. And Glenn Van Parijs looking to steal a march. He's going to go up the inside, and he switches back nicely through into turn 2. As now Mick Knowlton goes up the inside of Zander Schublack. Schublack responds and goes back up the inside of the Dutch driver through into turn number 5. And now Mick Knowlton look for the gap going through turn 6. Nothing going on there, but Yannick Goossens closing, and Goossens is a very, very quick peddler. Very, very quick indeed, as I see that Tamsin Germain has now got up into the top 10 and is closing on the rookie, I'm going to say. It's a bit like Tom Cruise in Days of Thunder. You bring the rookie in and they show a good amount of pace, but then you get those people that have been competing in this class for a long time, Tamsin Germain being one of them. And she can really push the envelope. And last time around, she was only a tenth slower than Knutsson and is within 7 one-thousandths on her best lap. But she's got past him. Tamsin Germain up into 9th. So one of 3 Brits competing in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Only 4 Britons from, in terms of racers. That does include 5, including me in the commentary box. But I'm not an elite sports person. A bit of a difference there. But Knutsson now going to go past Tamsin Germain through into turn number 7, as now the battle for the lead really, really heating up. Yanni Goossens, I can sense, is staying back a little bit here. You know, like saying boxing when you've got the ringside seat. That's what Yanni Goossens has got at the moment, because Mick Knowlton's looking to try and get past Zander Schublack for second. And then if that happens, Mick Knowlton could have that possibility. If he's got the pace in the 403, he can close on Glenn Van Parijs. It is doable. Remember the opening round of the season when Baz Lammers came in and literally put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons? Well, that's what Mick Knowlton is trying to do now. He's been in DD2 now. I think this is for his 2nd season. When I first met him back in 2018, being the commentator for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, he was a senior Rotax driver. And now to see him in the gearbox class of Rotax, very, very different proposition. It's really, really good to see how he's evolved over the last season and a bit. So Glenn Van Parijs now leads. We have just over 6 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in the last of the pre-finals here on the second round of the season. And between the top 3, they were covered by just over 3 tenths. It was over 7 tenths just between the top 4. This time around, it's 0.769 from Van Parijs down to, as now Schublack tries to go up the inside through turn 2. As Goossens still waiting for it all to literally be like a domino rally, and they get sent everywhere in front of him. That could possibly happen. And as they say, motorsport is normally unpredictable, and pretty much it normally does happen if something gets said. But Brindy Kinch, unfortunately, will now retire from the race on lap number 5. As Tom Dessert, another one that normally is very, very quick indeed. And Tom Dessert in 14th position in front of Bart Koolman. So looks like the 530, who runs with GKS Lemons Power. The season started off well in the kickoff earlier on this year, but the 530 has not really had that amount of luck, as it is still even Stevens between the top 4 drivers. Van Parijs looking to get another victory this weekend. He's over 2.5 tenths ahead of Zander Schublack. Mick Knowlton and Yanni Goossens round out the top 4 positions as Van Parijs looked to go a bit sideways through turn 3, and that nearly allowed Zander Schublack to go up the inside of the 415 for the lead through into turn number 4. However, Van Parijs very, very well versed. He's competed in this championship as a junior and as a senior as well. And also there was a lot of there was some news actually coming from the US with Ed Carpenter Racing with Reiners Vike taking his first pole position on the NTT IndyCar Series and also taking his first podium. So well done, Reiners Vike. Congratulations to you from all of us here at the BNL Karting Series. Well done on that one, mate. So, less than 5 minutes to go. It is still even Stevens. Sebastian de Grand is now battling away with a few other drivers, and that does include Tamsin Germain is now with just over 4.5 minutes to go. Son of Triblack takes the lead from Glenn Van Parijs, who nearly gets banzaied up the inside by Mick Knowlton. However, the 415, very, very well accomplished individual. He's also raced in Porsche Carreras, I think in Benelux, I think if memory serves me correctly, where Maurice Schuring is actually competing this season, and Schuring has had a good amount of success over the past few weeks and months. So when I spoke with Glenn Van Parijs, when I first saw him, I think when I met him for the first time earlier on this year, he said, yeah, I'm doing a bit more driver coaching. He's now in the process of possibly looking at moving house. A lot of other things happening in his life at the moment, but he still comes back to what he loves, karting and racing with all these people here. So, gap between Son of Triblack and Glenn Van Parijs, now just under 0.4 of a second. Mick Knowlton rounds out the top three. Jan Nickerson still staying with them. And in 5th place, leading the way in DD2 Masters, it is France's Rudy Champion from Piquet's Competition leading the way in that classification. And being followed by a countryman in the form of Paulo Besancenes in the 453, who is ahead of Sebastian de Grand. Robin Knutsson rounds out the top 8. Maxime Deriche rounds out the top 9. Tamsin Germain is now second in the DD2 Masters classification, and she rounds out the top 10 ahead of Carl Clairbolt de Backer, who is ahead of his own son nonetheless in the 410, Jordi Clairbolt, who rounds out the top 12. So we have had 4 retirements, unfortunately. Walter Anthonissen and Roland Kinch, after coming together going through turn 4, and both of them ending up on both sides of the straightaway between turns 9 and 10. They were both out on the very first lap. Brindy Kinch out on lap 6, Bart Koolman on lap number 7. We have just over 2.5 minutes to go, and looks like Van Parijs is not wanting a certain driver in front of him to run away. And Son of Triblack is being kept very, very honest. And like they say, there is to every situation, there is 2 sides to every coin. There's always a heads or a tails, and you never know which one it's going to land on, and hopefully your guess is going to be right. And that is also the guesswork that you've got to do whilst you're driving. You've got to measure your throttle input, you've got to measure your braking input, your steering input as well. But then also, how are you going to outpsych the other driver in front of you? How are you going to put the frighteners on? You know, you don't want to make it like a horror movie, but however, you're going to do your best to put them under pressure. And that is exactly what Glenn Van Parijs is doing right now. The gap between him and Son of Triblack as they are line astern going through turn 5 was just under 0.2 of a second. Through onto the Europlan they go. The 2 Boovin Power teammates. Line astern, bump draft from Glenn Van Parijs, but he sends it up the inside through turn 7. Son of Triblack instantly counter-attacks and retakes lead, going through to turn 8. Now this is Dodge and Cars. Oh, they clash! The 2 leaders clash coming out of turn 8. And Son of Triblack says, what was that all about? And Glenn Van Parijs manages. Now I did see some debris, so that was on the back of Son of Triblack's car, and he is now pulling it back onto the circuit unassisted to get it back up and fired. And you can see the amount of tyre marks following the contact between him and Glenn Van Parijs going through the exit of turn number 8. I would say that I'm speechless, but I can't be because I'm a commentator. But that is one of the moments that I think that neither of them wanted. This has completely changed everything, because now neither of them are leading the race. Mick Knowlton now leads ahead of Jan Nickersons. So those 2 bided their time. Their strategy worked out in their favour. And unfortunately, Van Parijs, who is in 3rd place at the moment, Son of Triblack is down in 14th. And is he still circulating? He still is. So Son of Triblack, I think at the end of the day, is just trying to score points. You know, this is one of those moments that can decide a title, as Tamsin Germain trying to close on Maxime de Riche for what is 8th position on the road, and has Carl Klebot breathing, and she's breathing down the back of her exhaust pipes, and she's saying to Maxime de Riche, will you get out of the way, man? What are you doing? Because she's got her own race to run. And this is for second in DD2 Masters, as they now go through turn number 4 into 5. Now Tamsin Germain was quicker by nearly 80 thousandths of a second, well over 80 thousandths of a second, ahead of de Riche, and she tries to go towards the inside and is trying to get past, as now Glen Van Parijs is down into 5th place. So obviously that kart, I think he's just trying to limp it home, to be completely fair, as now we're going to go on to the checkered flag lap of all things. And now Mick Knowlton takes the win this season. Yanni Gussens takes second. Paulo Besancenes takes third ahead of Rudy Champion. Glen Van Parijs will finish 6th behind Sebastian de Grand with Robin Knutsson. And now the thing was, did you notice the point there from Tamsin Germain at Maxime de Riche, like literally saying you should know better than that? But she still takes second in DD2 Masters, but it was close between her and Carl Klebot. Yuri Klebot takes 11th ahead of Tom Dessert in the 5:30. Christoph Adams rounds out the top 13 drivers, with Zonda Schiblak finishing 16.9 seconds off of the leader, the eventual winner of Mick Knowlton, with Bart Kuhlmann retiring, Brindley Kinch along with Roland Kinch, and also Wout and Thornissen on the very first lap for the latter two. So that is it. Who thought you could have drama going into the finals? Only in DD2 and DD2 Masters. So that is it for the first half of the racing action this afternoon. But we will start things once again at 2:10 this afternoon with the last race of every single class, starting with Micromax at 2:10 this afternoon.
hebben al winnaars op het podium.
So we get back underway with the business end of round 2 of the season. And first up, Micromax back out on circuit. And the grid is as follows. Following the victory in the pre-final, Max Siderski will start on pole position ahead of Mies Huben in the number 8 from the Netherlands. Alongside themselves in the second row will be Mats van Rooyen in the number 3. Ahead of the 31 of Jake Menton. Jenthe Moonen in the number 10, the sole Belgian in the field, will be taking up 5th in the order, whereas Boaz Maximov, well, unfortunately, was not actually allowed to start and did not take part in qualifying, neither the pre-final a little bit earlier on. So it has been 2 wins to Mies Huben, 1 to Max Siderski this weekend. And is still very much on in terms of the championship, which will return here between the 21st and the 22nd of November for the 3rd and final round of our 13th season. 13 minutes now set on the timer once again, as we now have 5 more races, including this one, to complete the 20 that are taking place here at the home of champions, karting Genk in Belgium. And very quickly, the formation lap has been brought to a nigh-on standstill between Max Siderski and Mies Huben on the front row as they now go through into turn number 7. So we saw a great exchange between Mies Huben and Max Siderski all the way through the pre-final that kick-started the day's action here at the 1,360 metre circuit. 12 turns in all. And who knows, maybe one of these youngsters could be a motorsport racing star in the future. But for now, we see how they develop on their journeys within karting and moving towards the upper echelons of racing categories, both nationally and internationally. So again, it is Siderski this time starting on pole. Mies Huben alongside. Mats van Rooyen starts 3rd, and alongside we'll have Jake Menton, with Jenthe Moonen completing the starting order. They now exit the final corner. They start to split. They head into the tram lines. The accelerators are then pressed to the floor, and it is lights out once again, and we go racing as Jake Menton and also Mats van Rooyen manage to try and get their way past, but van Rooyen gets a great start. Menton went to the left-hand side of Mies Huben, on the start phase. Then Van Rooyen went up the inside of the number 8 to take second through turn number 2. They make their way to the back straight on the Europaplan for the first time. So Swiderski has started in the best way possible for this race to lead from pole position as they now head through turn number 8 for the first time. So Swiderski now being hustled, not this time by Mies Huben, who is being challenged by Jake Menton at the moment for third place, but it is the number 3 of Mats Van Rooyen who completes the top 2. As we fast approach the completion of lap number 1, and Van Rooyen has got a really good momentum behind Max Swiderski, pulls to the right hand side, looks towards the inside of the number 19 to take the lead through turn 1, gets the move completed by the inside of turn number 2. So Van Rooyen, after just one lap, has managed to get from third to first place. But Swiderski still keeping in touch with Van Rooyen as he starts bump drafting the number 3 going down into turn 7. Huben not too far adrift between the top 4. It was 0.845 seconds when they crossed the line to complete lap number 1, and on lap number 2 Swiderski still hanging with Van Rooyen, who now still is trying to break that run of any success of the 2 drivers behind, one of which has taken a victory in the form of Swiderski, and the other one, Mies Huben, who was taken to this weekend in the wet weather conditions yesterday. Lap number 2 in the books, and it is 70 thousandths between Van Rooyen and Swiderski. And between Huben and Jake Menton, it was just under 0.11 seconds between the pair, as Swiderski once again closes up, going through turn 5 and into 6. Same thing can be said for Jake Menton, keeping on the back bumper of Mies Huben. As now Menton looked towards the inside, pulled out to the right, but did not have the run of momentum or the slipstream assist through into the end of the back straight, so has to slot back into 4th position. Jens Moonen still rounds out the top 5, all 5 drivers circulating as the 2 leaders make their way through the exit of turn number 11. Swiderski still hot on the heels of Van Rooyen, who took the lead very early on in this race after the very first lap, as Swiderski does a bit more bump drafting on Van Rooyen as they now go into turns 1 and into 2. Both take pretty much the same sort of racing line through the corner, the same through turn 3, now into the left at 4. Up to turn 5 they go, through the left-hander, now into the right-hander at 6. And Swiderski once again closes on the back bumper of Van Rooyen down the Europaplan back straight, heading into turn number 7. So the last 2 laps, it was 70 thousandths on the completion of lap 2. On the completion of lap 3, it was 76 thousandths. As the leaders now come into turn 10, into 11, they come out of the penultimate corner and make their way down to the 12th and final turn. 8 minutes and 50 seconds, plus 1 additional lap still to go in this last race of the weekend for the Micromax drivers. And again, the gap ran about 74 thousandths between first and second once again, as Swiderski keeping in the slipstream, making Van Rooyen do all the hard work. And as a result of that, Swiderski was 2 1,000ths of a second quicker than the leader, and in the process, on lap 4, took the fastest lap of the race. Now the slipstream effect starts working, as Swiderski now retakes the lead on lap number 5 through turn 7 off of Mats Van Rooyen. And with the top 4 covered by just under 1.3 seconds, if Swiderski and Van Rooyen try to continue to battle, this will allow the 2 behind to close. And Mies Huben slowest out of the top four, a 1:03.167. That was a personal best for the number 8. So Huben again still running in the low 1 minute 3.1s. And not quite on the pace that we saw earlier in the pre-final that saw Huben and Swiderski battle tooth and nail, mano a mano, towards the eventual victory, which was taken by Max Swiderski. So just under 6 minutes completed, just over 7 to go, plus an additional lap. The battles for first and third place still waging on, and there was a gap of just under 8.5 tenths of a second between Mats van Rooyen and Mies Huben in the numbers 3 and 8 entries respectively. Jake Menton still there or thereabouts, trying to close up to Mies Huben for third place as they come round the final corner. Swiderski last time had over a 3/10 of a second advantage. It's now 4 tenths, as Menton was just under a 10.5 behind Mies Huben, and is still keeping with the number 8, who runs under the GKS Lemons Power stable, based here at the circuit. So the drivers make their way down the back straightaway once again. Very similar racing lines taken by the top 4 drivers as Jake Menton closes up to Mies Huben, going through turn 9, going into the braking zone, but then coming out of the corner. Mies Huben tends to have a little bit of good traction, which allows him to pull a gap ahead of Jake Menton, but it is not by much, by probably about a kart length and a half. So we're about to complete lap number 7, and Swiderski still leads, but Van Rooyen trying to chase the number 19 down and gets the gap down by nearly half to 0.216 seconds on that particular occasion. A lap time of 1 minute 3.329 from Swiderski, a 1 minute 3.137 for Mats van Rooyen, who is still closing as they go through turn 5 into the right at 6 onto the Europalan back straightaway. And this time it's a good composed run by Van Rooyen, trying to close but not on this particular lap. And if Van Rooyen gets a better opportunity, I will think it's possibly going to be on the next lap around, which will be lap number 9 of this race, as we're currently on lap 8, as they're about 3 corners away from completing. Mies Huben, in the meantime, has tried to start breaking away from Jake Menton to try and look to catch the 2 in front. And Mies Huben does set a personal best, drops the gap between himself and Mats van Rooyen to just 0.921 seconds. Jens Timmerman still circulating and is about 9.8 seconds off of the current leader of this race, which just so happens to be the pre-final winner for today, Max Swiderski. Van Rooyen, Huben, Menton and Moonen. That is the running order of the 5 drivers in Micromax that are competing here today. Unfortunately, with the non-start due to being allowed not to start in the form of Boaz Maximov in the number 30. A real shame for the youngster from the Netherlands. However, I'm sure that is for a very, very good reason indeed. So one of the 3 drivers that have withdrawn, unfortunately, for the second day of competition, with Tam Saleh in Minimax and also Clementine Benoit in Senior Rotax. As through turn 10 comes Jens Timmerman. Gap looks to be increasing between Swiderski and Van Rooyen, and the reason being is that Swiderski has just set a 1 minute 2.950 second lap time, and that was 0.136 seconds ahead of Van Rooyen. Now just keeping an eye on Mies Huben just behind, and Huben closed up by half a tenth on the last lap alone. And looks to be getting closer still, going through turn 7 off of the Europalan, as they now go through the right-hander at turn 8, into the left at 9. 2 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 additional lap still remaining in this Micromax final on day 2. And Max Swiderski looking to make it 2 wins apiece between himself and Mies Huben, who is closing and has closed the gap to just over half a second. Well, to make that 0.3, it was 0.56 the last time. It's now 0.32 between second and third, and it is closing rapidly. Mies Huben looks to have the wind in the sails once again and is moving forward towards the opposition. Down the back straightaway they go. Swiderski had a over his 6.5 of a second lead over Mats van Rooyen, who is now coming under pressure from Mies Huben. The battle for second now starting to heat up as we go into the last minute and 50 plus 1 lap. Through into the right into the left at 9. Down the short blast, the right-hand sweeper at 10. So Swiderski looks to be getting away and doing just enough to make sure that gap is extending. And it has gone up to 0.843 seconds as Mies Huben now gets past the number 3 of Mats van Rooyen with around 1 minute and 20 still to go on the inside of turn number 2. But the number 3, also from the Netherlands, starting to pressurise the number 8. And on that particular occasion, Mats van Rooyen was not able to take any opportunity of any gap that might have presented itself. Going down the back straightaway and into turn number 7 as they now come down from turn 9 into the right at 10 once again. So when we go on to the next lap, which will be lap number 13, we'll have another one to go after this. As Van Rooyen now closing once again on Mies Huben. So looking to do the very best to get past the number 8 to take a second place victory. Mats van Rooyen has been the bridesmaid, never the bride in this season so far, but has kept things a little bit consistent. 2 third place finishes yesterday, 1 today, and also another one on the cards. So that is a great haul of points of 64 in total over the course of the weekend. So the last lap board being prepared for one final time for Micromax. As now Max Swiderski exits turn 11, through into the right-hander of turn 12 for the penultimate time in this race and also for their race weekend. So Swiderski has just over 1,300 metres to go. Van Rooyen closing on Huben, who goes defensive into turn 1, and then Van Rooyen looked at the gap that was quickly being closed by the number 8 going into turn 2. But Huben stays ahead for the minute. So we come to the last handful of corners in this race for Micromax. The day 2 finale. Now the top 3, not that far apart. They were just over 0.8 of a second from Swiderski down to Van Rooyen on the last lap. But through turn 11 comes the number 19 of Max Swiderski. The checkered flag now being brandished. And it does wave. It's the double for Max Swiderski on day 2. Huben outdrags Van Rooyen to the flag, and they were covered by just 63 thousandths of a second in terms of the margin between second and third. Jake Menton takes fourth, 4.838 seconds behind eventual winner Swiderski. And good to see Jente Moonen make it to the end of a race weekend, 18.2 seconds behind Swiderski, down in 5th. But Swiderski does exactly what Huben did yesterday. 2 victories, one in the pre-final and the final, ahead of Mies Huben, Van Rooyen takes third, Menton takes fourth, with Moonen taking fifth, and that concludes the Micromax action here for round 2 of BNL Karting Series 2020. So, thank you very much, Micromax. We look forward to welcoming you all back for the third and final round of the season. Now we turn our attention to Minimax for the second race of the day, their last race of the weekend. And your grid is as follows. Thomas Strauven will line up on pole position once again. This time we'll be joined by Rino Franco as a result of a front fairing penalty handed to Matej Radenkovic post-race, which drops the Belgian to third ahead of Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria. Thiemen Huben in the 105 will have the 177 of Jasper Leenaerts alongside Vic Stevens in the 169, starts in 7th place ahead of Mick Vandenberg, with Lawrence Herbols and Boluet rounding out the 10 drivers that will compete in this race. Obviously Tamsalet, as I mentioned earlier on, withdrew due to illness, so gute Besserung, Tamsalet in Germany, and hope you get well soon. So 13 minutes are set on the timer once again. We saw some great action last time out, especially with the likes of Leenaerts, Huben, Vandenberg, Stevens, all battling tooth and nail over the course of the pre-final a bit earlier on. But this time, we now have an opportunity to see what the final on day number 2 does bring here to us all at Karting Genk, the home of champions. A big thank you to all of those of you watching at home who are unable to join us due to this being a closed door event under the current situation regarding the pandemic. However, they start rolling their way through turn 10, now into turn 11, a little bit more grey cloud cover overhead, but we are about to get things on starters' orders here at Karting Genk. They now trundle their way to the 12th and final turn. They come out of the final corner. They split. They go into the tram lines. They push the accelerators to the floor. It is lights out. We are off and racing, and a great start by both Strauven and Radenkovic, who are line astern on the start, as Franco jumps down into third place, uses the runoff a little bit, as does Leiners, as does Vandenberg, as the entire field makes its way, and it's side by side between Vic Stevens and Jasper Leiners, and also Boluet and Lawrence Herbols, as Radenkovic trying to battle away, keeping Reno Franco behind. But Franco in the 111 not giving up yet, and goes up the inside of the 196. Late brakes going into turn 7 and takes second. Nicely done there by the Dutch driver, as the number 169 of Vic Stevens really fancies an opportunity to move up the order. And there has been a little bit of a development, because I sense that Thiemann Huben is now in 4th, and that is right. Vic Stevens now ahead of Fernando Weichselbaumer. Then you've got Jasper Leiners, Mick Vandenberg, Lawrence Herboz in the 106, and then Boluet in the 107. So the drivers now across the line after lap number 1. Thomas Strauven has a lead of nearly a second over Rino Franco, who is battling tooth and nail with Matej Radenkovic. Huben and Stevens now round out the top 5 ahead of Weichselbaumer, who's got Jasper Leiners closing quickly. As now Radenkovic goes up the inside and manages to cut off the door there for Rino Franco, who could have had the switchback, but the way that Radenkovic just absolutely stuck the car on the inside line through turn 6 didn't give the 111 from the Netherlands any opportunity whatsoever to get past. And Leiners now really quickly closing on the back bumper of Weichselbaumer, the sole Austrian representative here this weekend, as they go into turn number 10. A little bit of a bump over the curbs by Vic Stevens going through the apex of turn 10, but the 169 from Belgium with the Dams Racing team still keeps 5th for the minute. Come across the line to complete lap number 2. A casual glance over the right-hand shoulder, like there was no care in the world by Thomas Strauven there in the lead, but Radenkovic and Franco pushing each other, and they're trying to push each other forward in some respects. But you tell two drivers, each from respective different teams within the paddock. There's now Vic Stevens trying to go up the inside as Weichselbaumer runs wide, and now Leiners trying to go past the Austrian. So Vic Stevens nearly had Weichselbaumer for close company, and the Austrian lost out by running wide, going onto the back straight away. However, if you look at the gap between Strauven and Radenkovic, it is not that much at all, as now the entire field comes down through towards turn 12 once again. Gap between Strauven and Radenkovic last time was just over a second. Gap now is 6/10. Oh, that is absolutely monumental pace, as Rino Franco sets the fastest lap of anybody, a 59.957. And so the top 3 covered by just over 7/10. We are now on to lap number 4 of this race, with just over 9.5 minutes remaining in terms of Minimax competition here on Sunday afternoon, the 4th of October 2020. And a little bit further back, Thiemann Huben. It is the Thiemann Huben train. Forget Jarno Trulli. If you want to, there's so many different references. As soon as the driver is leading a set of karts, you think that they're the proverbial cork in the bottle. And Thiemann Huben is actually keeping really, really good pace. So Vic Stevens keeping with Weichselbaumer, Leiners, Vandenberg, Herbolz and also Loetz. They are all literally, the entire field last time was covered by just under 3.9 seconds. It's now Weichselbaumer looking to go up the inside of Stevens. As now Leiners sends it from nowhere up the inside of Weichselbaumer. That's a brilliant move from the Belgian there. Was that one trick up your sleeve there, Jasper, I think. But nicely done. Absolutely pounced really, really well. Did a great job there to get up the inside of the Austrian. As now, look at the three leaders. They're coming through turn 7. Line astern, the top three were separated by half a second. The battle for the final race victory of the weekend is well and truly on. And now, when you have Strauven leading, he takes a look behind over the right shoulder, sees both Radenkovic and Franco just behind. So it's a Belgian 1-2 at the moment, followed by a Dutchman in the third place position at the minute. Thiemen Huben now still ahead of Vic Stevens, as now Jasper Leiners is going to try and close up on them, but Vic Stevens gets a good run coming out of the final corner. It's now Radenkovic up the inside of Strauven for the lead through turn 2. Nice pick up by the camera crew there as Vic Stevens gets past Thiemen Huben for 4th place. Now the Dodgems race really begins between these three at the front. So Radenkovic now leads the race on lap number 6 ahead of Strauven. Franco waiting in the wings, hoping to have the ringside seat, and if something happens in front, will be able to capitalise quite quickly. Vic Stevens now leads the train from 4th onwards. And the entire field, you're not going to believe this. This is how closely packed this race is. 4.8 seconds as now Franco has got past Strauven for 2nd. And Strauven now looks behind to see where everyone else is and then sends it up the inside of Franco going through turn 12. Gets the move done, gets back past for 2nd position, but Franco's got the slipstream. And for those wondering what Strauven just did, like tapping... Oh, hang on a second. The rain has just started. We've got spots of rain on the commentary box window. The rain has started and it's very, very light at the minute. As now Franco battling again once more with Strauven. Back up into 2nd goes the 111 with GKS Lemons Power. And it is only slight spots of rain at the moment that I can sense, but the wind has picked up. The grey clouds are being pushed across the top of the circuit. And now Radenkovic has a lead of over 7/10. And that was over Strauven last time around, but now it's Rino Franco in the 111 who makes it a Dutch driver between two Belgians. And now Strauven quickly senses that he needs to move now, really needs to strike whilst the iron is hot. And now has the slipstream on Rino Franco, going through into turns 1 and 2. Strauven not making the move quite yet, looking to wait for that opportunity where he'll be perfectly poised to do so. Through turn 4, a little bit of a wider line taken on the exit by Strauven through 4 and into 5. Now into 6, down the back straight away. So the thing is that with these slight spots of rain that have hit the side of the commentary box window, it is like literally not even a drizzle. It's a few spots here and there. So they're still going to be able to complete this race on the slick tyres that are shod on these karts. So just over 5 minutes to go. Radenkovic has a lead last time around of over 9/10 of a second. But again, it's dependent on whether Franco and also Strauven work together, as now the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. As, nearly up the inside of Mick Vandenberg went Thiemen Huben. As now Strauven closing up once again, keeping in close proximity of Rino Franco. Stevens in 4th, Leiners in 5th, Weichselbaumer from Austria just behind in 6th position. And they were covered by literally covered by exactly half a second after the completion of lap number 8. The leaders now have made their way into turn 8, which now Radenkovic exits. And the gap was nearly a second between 1st and 2nd position. Just under 2/10 covered Franco and Strauven last time around. The wind has picked up a little bit. I can just sort of feel a breeze through the slightly ajar window in the commentary box here. So the wind has sort of been pushing the clouds over the circuit. So we go into the just under the last 4 minutes plus an additional lap of this race. Radenkovic now has a lead of over 1.1 seconds. But it is the battle between Franco and Strauven. That is the one that is really catching the interest of not just myself in the commentary box, but hopefully for you lot at home. Let's have a look back at the battle between 4th and 6th position. They're heading down the Europalan as now Leynert's tried to go up the inside of Stevens, and Stevens got a little bit of a assist from behind, courtesy of Leynert's, who is looking to try and get past up into P4. It has Nando Weichselbaumer just behind. Leaders now come through turn 11 and into now turn 12. Radenkovic, let's see if the gap has extended ever so slightly. As now Weichselbaumer closes on Leynert's. Up the inside goes the Austrian through turn 12 for 5th place. But Leynert's back on the counter-offensive. Through into turns 1 and 2 they go. Leynert's not able to make an opportunity arise or have an opportunity present itself front and centre to the 177 from Belgium. But it is still anyone's guess who is going to take second in this race, because the way that Radenkovic is trying to pull away and has got a gap of 1.25 seconds after 10 laps completed. We are now on lap number 11 of this race, and this battle here between 4th, 5th and 6th being contested by Vic Stevens, Nando Weichselbaumer and Jasper Leynert's has been an enthralling one. Once again, the Minimax drivers not disappointing. Thiemenhuben rounds out the top 7 with Mick Vandenberg not that far behind in the 129 entry. So just under 2 minutes remaining. Radenkovic's lead now extends to nearly a second and a half as Vic Stevens goes defensive on Weichselbaumer. Leynert's looks up the inside of the 146 through into turn 2. No opportunity there, and the fastest lap of the race has gone to Rino Franco, who's set it on lap number 5, a 59.744. But Radenkovic in clean air is absolutely getting away and is closing on that fastest lap time, as now Weichselbaumer looking up the inside of Vic Stevens. Looked towards the inside through turn 7, couldn't get through. And this could allow the opportunity for Jasper Leynert's just to wait in the wings, but closing on their back bumpers is Thiemenhuben and Mick Vandenberg in the 129 as they now make their way through turn number 10. Radenkovic crosses the line with about 58 seconds on the clock to go, so it will be very much nip and tuck if we do get an additional lap. If we get a final lap on top of this, if we get an additional lap, or do we go straight to the final lap of the race and of the weekend? So Radenkovic now goes down the back straightaway. Strauven tries to keep pace with Rino Franco and nearly tried to go up the inside through turn 7, but Franco was very quick and wise to it, as Vic Stevens still leading this battle for 4th position, which has really started to intensify now that Thiemenhuben's joined the fray. And just give it a second or two, maybe 10 seconds or two, for Mick Vandenberg to join. So the timer is now going to run out, and we are going to get the final lap board for Matej Radenkovic. So Radenkovic leads the way. Franco second, Strauven third. Vic Stevens quickly now being deposed by Nando Weichselbaumer, or not. Not through turn 1, but through turn 2. The Austrian gets through, uses the runoff area ever so slightly. But then Jasper Leynert's nearly sticks his nose in up the inside of the Austrian. The Austrian then tries to counter-attack at Vic Stevens, but no dice, unfortunately, for either of those drivers, as the leaders now making their way through towards turn 9. Radenkovic has already negotiated it, as have Franco and Strauven. As it's really getting hot and heated under the collar there between 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. As now the checkered flag will wave, and taking the final victory here in Minimax, it is Matej Radenkovic who celebrates with both hands off the wheel whilst crossing the line. Franco Pipstrauven to second position at the flag, but Vic Stevens, absolutely beside himself with joy, takes fourth ahead of Nandor Weichselbaum with the margin between the pair, 52 thousandths of a second. Jasper Leenerts has a solid round off to the weekend in sixth place, which could have so easily have been fourth there. Thiemenhuben takes seventh ahead of Mick Vandenberg. Lawrence Herboz and Boluet round out the 10 drivers that finished all 14 laps, but it's Matej Radenkovic who signs off the penultimate round of the season here at Karting Genk in Minimax in perfect style. Finals down, 3 to go. Next up, it is Junior Rotax. And here is the starting order. So, Tim Gerhards will start on pole position ahead of Kai Gilets. Max Knappen will start in third place ahead of Colin van Lammeren. Thomas Martins and Lucas Schoonmakers will start on row number 3. Sam Bergstein and Jens van der Eyden will start on row 4 with Joip Briefeld and Nick Gerhards completing the top 10 positions. Luke Nielsen and Olivier Jonkers complete row 6 ahead of Jori Schoens and Tern Schmidt, with Mathis Thurlo and Rune de Broeke and Gilles Clouet completing the 17 strong due to a disqualification. Christian de Klein is not taking part in this weekend and has been officially disqualified from day 2 for what has been classed as unsportsmanlike behaviour. So Christian de Klein will now sit either by the sidelines or be heading home as we speak. The rain is trying to force its authority on this circuit. However, at the moment, it is not significant in that sort of respect unless we get a sudden deluge. And as I say that, commentators curse, Alex, the rain has now started to fall and it is starting to intensify. And I have a feeling that there will be slippery surface flags being brought out. Well, hang on a second. Let's see what happens here. Red flags are coming out. So red flags are coming out. And the rain is now intensifying. So we will have what will look to be a delay as the mechanics running from the gantry will now try and get these carts put onto wet weather tyres. The entire grid will be brought along to the start-finish line. So please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We do now effectively have an official delay due to the weather conditions rapidly changing after dry weather. And I would imagine that that will then be followed quickly by a wet race being called. So red flags have been brought out. And I think the drivers... Yeah, the rain's coming down now, so red flags being brought out to all of the drivers, all 17 of them. So this will now be a race to... And the trolleys are coming out from the pre-grid. So the mechanics on standby to get these drivers' carts put, shod with wet weather tyres. So Mojo wet tyres will go on every single one of these 17 carts as the mechanics now make their way onto the circuit to facilitate this as quickly as possible. So a very good call there by the race director and the clerk of the course, the race control and clerk of the course, to make that decision to ensure that this gets facilitated as quickly as possible.
Ja, nog op laat. Max. Max, ik heb geen beeld meer. Nou, ik zie niks meer. Nee, scherm is zwart. Ik zie niks meer.
Alles nog goed te
At brief red flag stoppage, we do have a delay in proceedings as we now just await for the drivers to be sent on their way. So with the rainfall hitting the circuit quite abruptly after the conclusion of the Minimax final, the drivers are sitting on the grid ready to be informed to start their Rotax Max Evo engines on the starting grid ahead of their fourth and final race of the weekend, the second one here on day 2. And 5 drivers were given a 5-second time penalty for front fairings. The 242 of Mathis Turlo got a 5-second penalty for pushing, and with the runoff area being used excessively by the 210 of Lucas Schoenmakers and the 255 of Thomas Martins. We now get things back underway. So, once again, the grid will be as called earlier on. Tim Gerhards will start from pole. Alongside will be Kai Gieletz. Then it's Max Knappen and Colin van Lammeren. Thomas Martins and Lucas Schoenmakers. Sam Bergstein and Jens van der Eyden. Joype Brieveld and Nick Gerhards complete the top 10 ahead of Luc Niesen. Olivier Jonkers, Jorie Schoens, Teun Schmidt, Mathis Turlo, Rune de Broeke and Gilles Chloé. And I found out the reason for Christian de Klein's disqualification due to unsportsmanlike conduct was due to the incident between the 299 and the 267 of Teun Schmidt earlier on today in the pre-final, which saw Teun Schmidt spinning on the straight on the grass between turns 9 and 10. So that basically, if de Klein was going to try and have an opportunity at going for the title, that has quite literally been thrown the biggest curveball, which has meant that it's 3 strikes, and Christian de Klein, unfortunately, I think is now out of the title running. A real shame, but these things do happen in racing. We're about to get things underway. They come through the final corner. They split. They go into the tram lines. The accelerators are pressed hard to the floor, and it is lights out. We are off and away and racing. Gerhards gets a great start as Knappen trying to go up the inside for the lead, but look out for Jens van der Eyden, who's already up, trying to go side by side with Max Knappen, and van der Eyden gets up into second place, just up ahead of the 255 of Thomas Martins. Tim Gerhards rounds out the next position, but then Gieletz, I think, is trying to go up the inside of the 205 in the process of going through turn 6. Varying lines, and is 3 wide at some points between the mid part of the field and towards the back part of the field. As now van der Eyden strikes up the inside of turn 7 to take the lead from Max Knappen. And you can just see how hard they're working behind the wheels of these karts. Martins in third place. Tim Gerhards rounds out the top 4 as they now make their way down towards turn 10 for the first time. So behind Tim Gerhards is the 275 of Luc Niesen, who has Kai Gieletz going up the inside through turn 10. Gieletz drifts a bit wide, but it does not allow an opportunity for Luc Niesen to try and get past as Lucas Schoenmakers. Now just behind the battling duo as they come across the line to complete lap number 1. Jens van der Eyden now has nearly a 4/10 of a second advantage in the pocket, as Thomas Martins takes a very different line in comparison with Tim Gerhards as the pair of 3rd and 4th respectively, as now Lucas Schoenmakers gets past Luc Niesen, who tries to counter-attack through turn number 5, but then Kai Gieletz has got past Tim Gerhards, who gets a wider line and gets out of the corner better than Gieletz, who took the inside line, and that compromised the 274. And has Schoenmakers also got past in the process? I think that might be the case, as van der Eyden makes his way through turn 8 now into turn 9, takes a wider line as Max Knappen rides the curbs through the apex, as now you've got The other two drivers behind Schoenmakers is ahead of Gielitz, and then you have got the 275 of Luke Neeson. I think I spotted the 267 of Turn Schmidt just behind, who looked to go up the inside for position through turn 11. Nick Gerhardt's behind that pair, followed by Colin van Lammeren, and then then it was the 297 of Rooney de Bruyke. So Van der Heijden has a 1.1 second advantage over Max Knappen. Thomas Martins rounds out the top three, followed by Tim Gerhardts, Lucas Schoenmakers, Kai Gielitz, Luke Neeson, Turn Schmidt, Nick Gerhardts. Colin van Lammeren rounds out the top 10. Rooney de Bruyke in 11th ahead of Joip Breedveld, Joris Schoens, Olivier Jonkers, Mathis Turlo, Gilles Chloé, and last but by no means least, Sam Bergstein crosses the line in 17th position. All the way down the order goes the 219 and is 23 seconds off of the next driver up the road, Gilles Chloé. It is very much a case of tippy-toeing around the circuit, as now Max Knappen goes up the inside of Jens van der Heijden on the inside of turn 9, but van der Heijden powers around the outside. Still very, very much a case of tippy-toeing around the circuit. And these karts, if you put the power down at the wrong point on a track that is starting to get damp, it can get a bit tetchy, let's say. Now, the lead between van der Heijden and Knappen has now been decimated by nigh on over a second. But van der Heijden and Knappen still complete the top two positions. Thomas Martins still in third, ahead of Tim Gerhardts, as now Max Knappen goes barrel rolling up the inside through turn 4, but goes through turn 5. Oh, they clash wheels slightly. Right rear from Knappen hits the left front of van der Heijden, and they're still literally at loggerheads. And now van der Heijden will try and get the run going into turn 7. Knappen shuts the door, keeps the lead for the minute. As now Turn Schmidt has got past Luke Neeson for 7th place. De Bruyke now up into the top 10 ahead of Colin van Lammeren in the number 263 from the Netherlands. Leaders now making their way through turn number 10 and taking very different lines, as Kai Gielitz takes the inside line through turn 10, and then Turn Schmidt goes towards the outside of it. And in the meantime, Lucas Schoenmakers has got past Tim Gerhardts for 4th place. And the gap has now extended, and it was just over nearly a tenth and a half. It's been nearly 8 tenths of a second pendulum swing in the favour of Max Knappen from the Netherlands, and it is a Dutch 1-2 as he's being followed by Jens van der Heijden, as Turn Schmidt tries to go up the inside of Kai Gielitz through turn 3, bumping over the curbs whilst doing so, but Gielitz keeps ahead. And now up the inside goes Turn Schmidt and gets past Gielitz for 6th place, and just up ahead is the 205 of Tim Gerhardts. So at the moment, the way things have been going at the minute, Tim Gerhardts now really is in the thick of things, having taken a 25-point victory in the pre-final. Kai Gielitz is literally ahead. Jens van der Heijden went sideways and went all the way 4 wheels onto the curbs on the outside of the exit of turn 9, and nearly could have lost it right there, but well held, young sir, well held. I doff my cap to thee. And even in these wet weather conditions, you can see, for those watching at home, the spots of rain that have hit the camera lenses just off of turn number 12. It is intensifying once again, and it is being blown sideways, the rain. So a very good call from the clerk of the course and race control to give them the opportunity to put wet weather tyres on. And it has paid dividends for some, and for others it has quite literally thrown their chances to the wolves. As now Schoenmakers is trying to go up the inside of Thomas Martins through into turn number 6, but the JJ Racing driver representing the Netherlands can't get through, as Martins now closes once again on the back bumper of Jens van der Heijden in the 254, who still remains in 2nd position. And I think we're going to have our first lapped driver of the weekend, and that looks to be Sam Bergstein in the 2:19, who is just ahead of Max Knappen. And I'm wondering whether Bergstein has had an opportunity. Well, the thing is that Bergstein did not have. I'm wondering if stayed on slick tyres. Now that would have been a difficult call, but Bergstein has dropped all the way down to stone dead last, and I think has decided to pull it into the pits and has called it a day quite early. And that is on lap number 4 of the race, as Thomas Martins looks a bit more poised in comparison with Jens van der Eyden, because Martins going through turn 3 managed to get up the inside, as again you see the likes of Tim Gerhards and Turn Schmidt using the curb on the inside of turn 5. Some drivers using the tighter line going through 6 onto the Europalan, and they are driving into a headwind. So the slipstream down the back straightaway not being as effective as it would customarily be on a race day. As now Turn Schmidt trying to go up the inside this time of Tim Gerhards, and the pair go side by side on the exit of turn 8. And Gerhards manages to keep the inside line through into turn 10, but it depends on the run that Turn Schmidt gets, as now Lukas Schoenmakers gets past Thomas Martins, and Turn Schmidt gets denied by a driver going around the outside, and that is Tim Gerhards, powered around the outside of the 267. Kai Gillitz coming back into this. 4 minutes and 6 seconds plus an additional lap. Knappen now leads by a whopping 2.7 seconds ahead of Jens van der Eyden, who in turn is just over a second ahead of Lukas Schoenmakers. Thomas Martins now coming under pressure once again from the 205 of SP Motorsports. Tim Gerhards, Turn Schmidt, Kai Gillitz, Nick Gerhards, Luke Neeson and Joip Briefeld round out the top 10 positions. Sam Bergstein has been confirmed as an official retirement after just 4 laps, so we are down to 16 runners and riders here. Just under 3.5 minutes remaining, and still there is a lot of trepidation, because you don't want to put too much throttle input down when you come out of a corner, and if you find that it is a bit wetter than the remainder of the circuit, that could spool up the rear wheels, cause a bit of wheel spin, and then the back end steps out, as now this time Turn Schmidt once again goes up the inside of Tim Gerhards. The pair have a little bit of a touch there through the exit of turn number 11. And now the lead is nearly 3 seconds. Oh my goodness, Max Knappen reveling in these conditions. And on the second lap of the race, the fastest lap was set by Jens van der Eyden on a 1 minute 14.922, as this time Turn Schmidt gets up the inside of Tim Gerhards through turn 3. Gerhards responds, recounters, and reasserts himself through the inside of turn number 4 and manages to get the position back through turn 6. The pair are literally at loggerheads once again, but then Turn Schmidt manages to power past Tim Gerhards up into the next position, and that is 5th on the road. And Kai Gillitz fancies a little bit of a bite of the cherry, but then Tim Gerhards manages to get through on the inside of turn 8 of Turn Schmidt, and then Turn Schmidt counter-attacks and gets through before they even hit the apex of turn number 9. Great dicing, as now Kai Gillitz gets past Tim Gerhards, going on the short, down on the short blast towards 9, from 9 to turn 10. So Schmidt up into 5th, Gillitz up into 6th, Gerhards now down in 7th, and he is ahead of his twin brother Nick, who rounds out the top 8. And then is a country mile between Nick Gerhards and then Joip Briefeld, as now now Knappen, no, that was Schoenmakers and van der Eyden battling away. Van der Eyden used the runoff area, but then coming out of turn 3, Lukas Schoenmakers just literally put it around the outside going into turn 4 and made the move stick, as they both bump up the bump over the curbs through turn 6 in order to try and help the cart rotate through the corner. As down towards turn number 7 we go, and Turn Schmidt is now ahead of, that looks to be Thomas Martins, I believe. So Tern Schmidt now making his way up into what is 4th place. So Martins coming under fire as we are fast approaching the conclusion of the 4th and final race for Junior Road Tax here at the BNL Karting Series penultimate round in 2020 at the home of champions Karting Genk. So Knappen did have a 3.1 second lead over Van der Eyden, but now Sean Mackers is nearly 3.3 seconds adrift in second position, as there is the 275 of Luke Neeson, who has unfortunately gone a bit rallycross style here at the circuit. And Neeson was running in 10th position, as now the 2 twin brothers of Tim and Nick Gerhards now line astern pretty much, as towards the inside of turn 6 goes Nick Gerhards on brother Tim, and this is where things get a bit difficult now. I'm wondering, is there an issue that Tim Gerhards is having to work with here, because his brother just powered past him on the back straightaway, as now Kai Gilitz gets past Thomas Martins, and that demotes the 255 down into 5th position. However, the GKS Lemons power driver still trying to keep pace with Gilitz, but Gilitz just sprints away off into the distance like a cheetah, needing to go and find its next meal. So in that respect, Gilitz now powering away as we now go on to the last lap, and Max Knappen goes on to the final lap in the lead of this race. Look how Sean Mackers has closed the gap and puts in a 1 minute 15.069. The gap is not going to be easy to assail, let alone it's going to be impossible to get 2.8 seconds disadvantage back into your favour. But it's just about keeping it calm, cool and collected, and that is what Max Knappen has done, having started from 3rd on the grid behind the likes of Tim Gerhards, who has now been passed by brother Nick a lap ago, and now Nick Gerhards looking to close up on Thomas Martins for 6th position in the dying stages of the race, as the leader now comes through. Turn number 9, Max Knappen in the 248 from the Netherlands, and it looks to be a Dutch clean sweep for the top 4, as Knappen just safely negotiates, uses the amount of corrective steering input to try and make sure that the kart does not spin out or get compromised with snap-on oversteer. But round the final corner, Max Knappen wins Junior Road Tax final number 2 here, and Jens van der Eyden absolutely jubilant, with both hands fist bumping the air as he crossed the line. He's gone, yes, I'm really, really happy with that one, and a great show of sportsmanship there from Tern Schmidt, who rounds out the top 4. Kai Gilitz comes home in 5th place ahead of Thomas Martins. Nick Gerhards finishes ahead of twin brother Tim, with the pair from SP Motorsport in the 206 and the 205 respectively finishing 7th and 8th, with Joip Briefeld and Rune de Broeke completing the top 10. Then it was Jory Schoens, Olivier Jonkers, Gilles Chloé, Matty Surlo, Colin Van Lammeren, Luke Neeson rounding out the 16 that did finish the race. Luke Neeson a lap down after that rallycross expedition that the 275 had at the end of the race, with Sam Bergstein unfortunately retiring on lap number 4. But what a win for Max Knappen, with Jens van der Eyden obviously having a party on the slowdown lap to the pit lane here at Karting Genk. But what an interesting Junior Max finale we had here on Sunday afternoon here at the home of champions. it is now time for our penultimate race of the weekend. Race 19 of the meeting, Senior Road Tax, Day 2 final. And here is your grid. Luca Lystra from Belgium will start on pole position in the 372, and alongside will be Sean Butcher in the 357. Mike Van Vugt in the 376 and Milan Koppens round out the top 2 rows. Ahead of Luna Blum in the 319, Drake Jansen in the 342. Jordi van der Eyck and Andres Hebauer in the 390 and the 321 complete the top 4 rows, with Victor Plato and Jules Castro completing the top 10. Zem Van Thiel and Ehad Turker round out row 6 ahead of Jeff Machiels and Max Stemmerdink. Scott Westholbens and Emily de Hoy's row 8. Arthur Hosch and Leonie Claude round out the top 9 rows, with Bart de Wit and Kobe de Bruyke rounding out the top 20 positions. And completing the 28 strong grid will be Flint Schuring, Beer Dorsten, Calvin de Groot, Morris Schuring, Pranger Jens, Bas Janssen, Lars Zanen and Vincent van Kerkhoff, and I'm so happy to see the 383 back in the kart. So as a result, I count 7 drivers were hit with front fairing penalties post pre-final, with a 5-second time penalty for pushing for Ehad Turker, which sees the sole Turkish entrant round out the top 12 positions. We are about to get underway for our 19th and penultimate race of the weekend. 13 minutes set on the clock, and let's see what excitement this race brings. We've had plenty of it all the way through the weekend. We've had it in quite a lot of different ways, let's say. Incidents, great racing, and fantastic overtaking opportunities and manoeuvres. So let's see what Senior Road Tax brings. So top 10, it is Lystra, Butcher, Van Vugt, Koppens, Blum, Janssen, Van der Eyck, Hebauer, Plateau and Castro. That is your top 10. They now start to make their way around the final corner. They split. They go into the tram lines. They bury the accelerators to the floor. It's lights out. We're off and away and racing. Great start by Lystra. Also from Van Vugt. Butcher pushed towards the outside as there are multiple carts. There are at least 8 that have gone off of turn 2. Make that nigh on 10. A multi-cart incident. Everyone was trying to go into the same bit of tarmac, and one driver has been left hung out to dry off of the exit of turn number 2. So drama, and we haven't even completed one lap. Senior Road Tax never fails to deliver, and it is the 333, and it is France's Leonie Claude who now has to sit by the sidelines. A real shame for the French driver who started down in 18th position, but now the real thick of the action is going to start bringing itself to the fore. And that accident was more like a mushroom cloud exploding on the outskirts of turn number 2. But at the front of the field, the drivers leading the way are Luca Lystra and Mike Van Vugt. Drake Jansen is now trying to power around the outside of Milan Koppens going into turn 12. But Koppens not having it. Butcher in 5th place. Just behind is the 319 of Luna Blom, who's got a real carrier momentum. Look at her go! She's trying to go past Sean Butcher and gets through up into 5th place before the exit of turn 1, but then Butcher gets past not just her, but also I think Milan Koppens. So Butcher drops behind Luna Blum, and you can look at the front there. That is of the 310, and that's Beer Dorsten. That cart, look at the amount of opposite lock the 310's having to put whilst going through the corners. That cart is not steering correctly. That steering setup on that cart is completely tracking to the right-hand side. To the left-hand side, so it's towing in rather than towing out. So Beer Dorsten has got a front bumper that needs a definitive replacement, as now the 373 of Emily de Hoy's has been either turned around or spun around on the outside of turn number 7. Just under 11 minutes to go in this race, plus an additional lap. And Mike Van Vugt now leads from Luca Lystra, who's now being passed by Drake Jansen. Jansen from SP Motorsport absolutely doing the business here, as now there's an absolute argy-bargy between the 312, the 307, and that's the likes of De Groot And it's just really, we've got yellow flags again, and this time it's into turn 12. And that was quickly retracted. Some more drivers coming under the kibosh, if you will. But now Mike van Vugt is going to have to watch his six, because look who's coming. Derek Jansen in the 342 has absolutely got the fire lit in the belly. Luca Lystra drifts wide. Sean Butcher takes a tighter line on the inside and looks to try and get past. Then you've got Ehad Turka, who's been reveling in the wet all weekend long, especially yesterday. So Butcher gets past Lystra. Watch out for Turka, because he's just behind the Belgian. Up the inside goes Turka, through into fourth place, through the inside of turn number 8. Sunshine now starting to try and burst its way through the clouds again. This could throw another spanner in the works, if I might say so. But these weather conditions have been so changeable. I feel like I'm 90 kilometres south of Spa-Francorchamps, if I'm completely honest. However, keep an eye on Derek Jansen. Derek Jansen now closing on Van Vugt for the lead. Out of the final corner they come. We now go on to lap number 4 of this race. Jansen closing on Van Vugt. They go into turn 2. Jansen sticking behind the 376 for the minute as they now go through. Jansen goes up the inside and takes the lead through turn 4. Nicely timed there by the SP Motorsport driver from the Netherlands. Greatly timed. And Drake Jansen looks like he's going to put the cat amongst the pigeons on this particular encounter. So at the moment, top 10 in the minute. Jansen leads from Van Vugt. Butcher in third. Turker in fourth. Lystra, Coppens, Van Thiel, Arthur Horsch, Jordi van der Eyck and Andres Herbert now complete the top 10. Luna Blum has dropped outside of the top 15, but she was really fighting with the sharp end of the grid. So the JJ Racing driver in the 319 now all the way down, as it looks like, I think, do I spot that Sean Butcher has got past Mike van Vugt? That is the case, and look out, Ehad Turka could make it a KR Sport 2-3 very, very shortly if Van Vugt is not careful. As Luca Lystra battling away with Milan Coppens, who gets the switchback and gets a perfect run coming out of turn 12. Turka looking to close in on Van Vugt. Up the inside goes the 309 past the 376. And I'm not too sure if they might have had the slightest bit of tussling there between the pair of them. But Turka now up in front into third place. So Leonie Claude, unfortunately, can't stricken. Bartzovic drops all the way down to 27th position, having started in 19th, just one place behind Leonie Claude. Emily Toys in 26, trying to get back up the order is the number 373 from the Netherlands. Vincent van Kerkhoffen, who started down in 28th, has now gained 11 positions. As now the 390 of Jordi van der Eyck and the 380 of Sam van Thiel go into battle, and they have got just behind them the number 321 of Francis Andres Herbert from Dams Racing. So 6 minutes down, 7 to go, plus 1 lap. Drake Jansen now is trying to extend the lead of what was a second. It's now 1.28 seconds ahead of Sean Butcher. But in some respects, you've got to admire the fact that Sean Butcher has put together a consistent weekend. As up the inside of Luca Lystra comes Arthur Horsch from France. That was a brilliant move up the inside. Horsch, who really showcased his skills in the wet yesterday, taking pole position and the pre-final victory on day 1. So it is consistently changing. Maurice Schuring up to 17th from 24th. Jeff Machiels started 13th, now behind the 314. Calvin de Groot and Bas Janssen complete the top 20. And in any race weekend is now up the inside, tries to go. Jordi van der Eyck on Sem van Thiel through the exit of turn 8, now through turn 9. As the 390 of van der Eyck goes towards the outside of turn 10, and nearly up the inside goes Andres Herbert to try and take away 9th position. We're about to complete lap number 6, and we've got a time penalty. It is for the 337 of France's Arthur Horsch. So Arthur Horsch being hit with a penalty. Not too sure if it's 3 or 5 seconds and what that might be for. I'm sure that we will find out in due course. Lars Zanen gets up into 11th behind the number 321 of Andreas Heber, having deposed of the 378 of Jens Planger. I would believe that would be the correct way of it being there, as we do sometimes have that the surname gets in front of the first name. Leistra drops to 7th behind Arthur Horsch, but now it's getting very, very close between Van Vugt and Milan Koppens. This is the battle for 4th place. Arthur Horsch is closing on the pair in front, so watch out for the Frenchman. As now Van Vugt goes defensive on Milan Koppens. Let's not forget these two know each other of old because they've raced in junior road tyres together. And now it's a very different kettle of fish for the pair of them. And when you're two little fish in a big pond, as we have a little bit of slight contact there between Luna Blum and Jules Castro, not too sure whether it was instigated by one or the other. Just caught the tail end of that incident via our dedicated stream. A big thank you to Camp Company GmbH for providing it. And we hope you're all enjoying the show at home. As now Milan Koppens trying to go up the inside of turn 4 on Van Vugt and nearly power slides going past. And then Arthur Horsch thinks, oh, I'll get you through turn 5. And what does he do? He banzais up the inside. So now Mike Van Vugt in 2 corners drops from 4th to 6th position at the drop of a hat. And no magicians pulled any rabbits out of hats at that particular point. That was pure genius by those two drivers. Looking at the opportunity, reading the situation, seeing how the track is evolving. As now we're getting more battles up and down the order as there's a few going in to turn number 7 off of the Europalan back straight away. Looks like Calvin de Groot is going to call it a day as well, unfortunately, as that was the likes of the 330 of Scott Westhovens. And that is possibly, is that Jeff Machiels, I think? I'm not too sure, but they've got the 331 of Baz Janssen. It's nearly 3 abreast going into turn 3, and that is the 380, I think that was the 383 of Vincent van Kerkhoven. I'm not too sure. It looks like an 8 or it looks like a 3. I couldn't really tell, but it's a GKS Lemons power cart, so that to me says Vincent van Kerkhoven. Now Milan Koppens is trying to do his best, and what has actually happened is that Milan Koppens has got past Erhard Turker for 3rd place. So great work from the Buvin Power driver in the 344. We've got just over 3 minutes of this race remaining. However, the good thing is that you have got the likes of Koppens, Turker, Arthur Horsch. They round out the top 5 positions, but Sean Butcher is trying to chase down Drek Janssen for the victory. So we have just over, oh my goodness me, a little bit further down the order. I just spotted Morris Schuring being literally the JJ Racing meat in a GKS Lemons Power sandwich, because he had Castro to one side, Machiels to the other, and I think he lost out in one respect or the other, but that was very, very close. And just ahead of them, they've got the 378 of Jens Planger, and that is for 12th position, so not exactly easy for any driver worth their salt, especially if you get put in that sort of proposition where you find that these drivers are really pushing. Oh, it was nearly 3 abreast coming out of turn 7 on that particular occasion. Oh my goodness, and it's nearly 3 wide coming out of turn 8. Oh, that defibrillator. I think I need to get our stream director Max to get me a defib on standby just in case. My heart rate's going through the roof at the moment, but we have 1 minute and 13 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. Sean Butcher is closing. We do have a slight timing issue at the moment, but I will keep my eyes on the action in front. Look at how close Sean Butcher is catching. He wanted the rain dance this weekend, did the Brit into the 357 from KR Sport. And however, the main thing is that he is catching. Janssen not out of the woods. Now they come into turn number 7, as again we're seeing all these battles up and down the order. Jens Planger gets past by Jules Castro and Maurice Schuring, and not too far behind. So, at the moment, we will do our level best to get the timing back up and running. There has been a slight issue, so bear with us. But, however, the race will be called as I see it. And as I see it now, we have 10 seconds on the clock remaining. We effectively go onto the penultimate lap. Sean Butcher, I know the guy. He is going to want to push for that win. But then you got Milan Coppens not too far behind. Mike Van Vliet, looks like Arthur Horsch is in 4th. Van Vliet in 5th. Coppens in 6th place. I'll just keep an eye on them at the moment as they... and no, that's Luca Lystra. Turka getting a bit of a bump from behind. Oh my goodness me, it's really kicking off a little bit further down the order. But the top 3. Down through into turn number 7. The timer has expired here at Karting Genk for the penultimate race. Apologies for the timing inconvenience. However, Sean Butcher, he's in striking distance. Look at how close he is to Drake Jansen, because Drake Jansen was the one that was really on the hot foot, you know, on the good foot, doing a bad thing and trying to move away. Last lap board comes out. Senior Rotax, day 2 final. Sean Butcher, he's close, but he's not close enough at the moment to try and go for the victory. Milan Coppens rounds out the top 3. It is absolutely nip and tuck as to who could win this race. And if we get a grandstand finale, I don't know what's going to happen. But look at Milan Coppens. He's closed up on Butcher. But the biggest bone of contention here, Mike Van Vliet is down in 5th place. So this, by what Sean Butcher has done, this will net him 40 points this afternoon. And look how close the top 3 are. They come through turn 8 for the final time. Jansen trying to hold on for dear life. But now Butcher is going to go for the lead. Oh, that was close. This has allowed Coppens, but Butcher goes up the inside. He takes the lead on the final lap. Through into the right-hander at turn 10 we go. Milan Coppens could steal 2nd if he gets the opportunity. One more corner to negotiate. And Sean Butcher is on the verge of really extending a lead in the championship standings. Look, Butcher's going to take the win. Coppens takes 2nd. Jansen misses out on a maiden victory of the season. But Sean Butcher from KR Sport takes the victory. Oh, that was a grandstand finish that was of gargantuan proportions. And oh my goodness me, brilliant work there. Drake Jansen did the drive of the afternoon in Senior Rotax, literally stormed the field. But it was Sean Butcher that had that haymaker waiting in the wings, and it was a right uppercut, delivered straight to the jaw, and Jansen, I think, knew it was coming, but didn't know when, and it was through the exit of turn 9. Sean Butcher takes the win. Milan Coppens in the 344 takes 2nd position, ahead of the 342 of SP Motorsports. Drake Jansen. Sorry, I have to stop myself from laughing there because I cannot believe what I've just seen. So it looks like Arthur Horsch takes 4th place. Luca Lystra in 5th. It looks like the timing is starting to reset itself, but I will give you the official confirmation of the top 3. That's as much as I know at the moment. So Sean Butcher wins ahead of Milan Coppens. Drake Jansen rounds out the top 3 places. And it was just under 0.3 of a second, literally, between them. Wow. I need to sort of calm down and breathe for a second because that was a great finish, a fantastic finish. Leone Claude's car now being put onto the recovery truck and will be brought back to the through to Parc Fermé. But what a win for Sean Butcher, extending his lead in the championship at the end of this weekend, and a great job by a few other drivers. We've got also, there's Victor Plato's kart waiting with kart and driver to be picked up. We also had Calvin de Groot retiring early in the race. So that is it for Senior Rotax for the 2nd round of the BNL Karting Series season in 2020. What a finale that was for them. So we come to the 20th and final race of what's been an enthralling weekend here at Karting Genk, the home of champions for the second round of the BNL karting series in 2020. We've had everything this weekend. But now, DD2 and DD2 Masters close out the show. And here is your lineup as follows. Mick Knowlton, who was the winner of the pre-final following a clash between Son of Shiblak and Glenn van Parijs on the last couple of laps. We'll start from pole position. Alongside him will be Belgium's very own Jan Negusens in the 490. France's Paulo Besancenez and Rudy Champion. They make it an all-French row 2 with Champion on pole position for DD2 Masters. Then it is Sebastien de Grande alongside countryman Glenn van Parijs in the 487 of the 415 respectively. Robin Knutsson from Sweden making his DD2 debut this weekend. Having moved up from senior Rotax, we'll have Maxime de Riche in the number 499 alongside for company on the fourth row. Tamsin Germain from Great Britain in the 525. We'll have Carl Klerbot alongside in the 510, so it's an all DD2 Masters row number 5. Jordi Klerbot in the 410 and Tom Dessert round up row number 6 ahead of Christophe Adams, Son of Shiblak. We've had a non-starter, unfortunately Bart Koolman and also Brindley Kinch have not started, as has Roland Kinch. So the only other driver that I have not seen on the grid or go through the timing, Wout Antonissen. So we will have 14 out of the 18 drivers scheduled to take part in this 13-minute race, plus an additional lap. Red lights on the starting gantry for one final time here at the home of champions. Everyone getting themselves ready, steeled to go into battle for one final time before we head back here in just over a month and a half's time for the final round between the 21st and the 22nd of November. The drivers make their way through the final corner. They split. They go into the tram lines. The revs rise. The accelerators are pressed hard to the ground. Lights out and away we go. And a great start from Mick Knowlton trying to keep Jan Negusens at bay. As Bescan says from France, trying to steal the lead from Knowlton in the early phase. Knowlton goes on the runoff area. Goes back up the inside of the French driver. Through into turn 3. Jan Negusens hung out a little bit to dry as it looks like one driver is trying to look to get past, as now Glenn van Parijs is up into P4 just behind Jan Negusens, and now Bescan says challenging for the lead and goes up the inside of Mick Knowlton through turn 7. Great job there by Paulo Besancenez from France. Up into P1, Knowlton in second, Gussens in third. Van Parijs, Champion ran at the top 5 with Champion leading the way. But look, I spot a lesser known Son of Shiblak going up the inside in the 401, and he has got that fire lit red hot right about now. The fireplace is full of wood and it is stoked to be red hot in winter, but here we are in autumn and Son of Shiblak is wanting to make up for what happened earlier on. It was a racing incident, as now it's getting fisticuffs like between Bescancez and Knowlton. Bescancez has to use the runoff area as Knowlton went steamrolling up the inside through turn 1 and 2 to try and retake the lead. And now Son of Shiblak has got past Glenn van Parijs. Gussens trying to slingshot past. Look at how quick. Oh my God! Son of Shiblak nearly got around the outside of Gussens and also Knowlton, but he overcooked it big time. I don't know how he literally... That car stopped on a sixpence, and how Son of Shiblak got away with that one, I will never know. There is bumping and boring between the 3, maybe even make that 4 drivers when you include Rudy Champion into the mix of what is the overall top 5. in the running order as now Glenn Van Parijs trying to steal second from Jarni Gussens. Up the inside he goes, and so does Mick Knowlton try to go through. Gussens has to use the runoff area to keep himself in the thick of things, and he sticks into third once again ahead of Mick Knowlton. But whether that was four wheels onto the runoff area, I'm not 100% sure, but that was very, very close indeed. But in the meantime, whilst they've been battling, Bescancenes has got away like the scolded cat up a tree, and now has got a huge gap of around 1.4 seconds as now Zander Schriblak tries to fight back, and this time he does. Past Rudy Champion. Next up in front is the 487 of Dams Racing Team's Sebastien de Grande. And both those drivers represented Team Belgium at the Grand Finals in Sarno late last October. But here it is all for themselves. And as they say, to finish first you must finish. And at the moment, Bescancenes is doing the job at hand. Just over 3 minutes completed. Gap between Bescancenes and Van Parijs now 1.9 seconds. De Grande going up the inside of Knowlton through turn 6. Zander Schriblak in the toe of the 487. Are the pair going to try and get past? Well, Zander Schriblak trying to go around the outside of De Grande and makes it through on turn 7. How the heck did that one happen? Schriblak was absolutely fully committed, had full self-confidence, full self-belief, and he made it work. I think, as they say, once bitten, twice shy, as now he goes up the inside of Mick Knowlton to now take another position. And now that puts him into fourth place, just up ahead of Jarni Gussens in third, Glenn Van Parijs in fourth. Bescancenes still leads the way. Gap now 1.929 seconds, fastest lap by Bescancenes on that lap. That was the completion of lap number 4. And now it is getting all fired up and hot under the collar here, especially when your name is Zander Schriblak and you are the 2-time reigning and defending BNL Karting Series champion in this category. That is the spirit of a champion who will fight back despite any adversity, any roadblock that is put in their way, any speed bump. And yet again, Zander Schriblak, he is very, very quick, and when he's on his A game, you better watch your 6. And that is what Glenn Van Parijs and also Jarni Gussens will have to do. 8 minutes and 27 seconds plus an additional lap still remaining in what has been, I think, hands down, one of the most exciting DD2 and DD2 Masters race I've commentated on since I joined the BNL Karting Series back in October 2018. Having been invited to join, come here in the commentary box. It wasn't a live stream event, it was circuit commentary only. Oh, and we've had dramas there. That is the 410 of Jordi Klebold, who has just ended up being, well, it's just spun out, or whether there was contact between Jordi Klebold and somebody else. Not too sure. But gets back off the grass and starts circulating once again. Gap between Bescancenes and Van Parijs now extends to over 2.16 seconds. And now Jarni Gussens might be one of the youngest in the field, but the 490 for Sheepers Racing definitely keeping pace, but keep your eyes on the driver in fourth. Schriblak trying to close. Gussens trying to close on Van Parijs. Now, and look behind, you've got Mick Knowlton and Sebastien de Grande in 7th place, but leading DD2 Masters, it is Rudy Champion. Carl Klebold now up into 2nd place in the classification for DD2 Masters, and then follow that up with Tom Dessert, who's running in 9th. The top 10 overall completed by Sweden's Robin Knutsson. And a little bit further back is Tamsin Germain in the 525. She rounds out the top 4 in classification, with Christoph Adams in the penultimate position on the grid. 13 out of 14 drivers, and so that will be a score of 11 points, as now it's 3 abreast. Oh my goodness me, Zander Schriblak trying to thread the eye of the needle, going around the outside of Mick Knowlton. Jarni Gussens made it nearly 3 abreast coming across the start finish line, but lost out to Sebastien de Grande. Zander Schriblak, I don't know, has he had his ready brake? halfway through, in the break, what did he have that's given him this get up and go? I want some of that, mate. I mean, come on. Share the secrets, why don't you, Zonda Tribak? But it is the true, aggressive, controlled aggression. He knows where he can plant the cart. He knows this circuit like the back of his hand, as does Glenn Van Parijs. Paulo Bescanstenes, a very, very accomplished karter in his own right. Plenty of experience the Gallic driver does have. As we go into the last 5.5 minutes, plus an additional lap of the race meeting. Bescanstenes' lead now 2.847 seconds ahead of Van Parijs. Schublack looking to close, and he was only 0.329 seconds behind his teammate. Mick Knowlton and Sebastian de Grand need a bit of plauditory here because they have been keeping pace with these two. As now de Grand goes up the inside through turn 6 on Mick Knowlton. Now goes up into 4th position. So the 487 from Dams Racing Team doing a great little switch back there on Mick Knowlton. Yanni Gussens not too far adrift either. Don't count out the 490 from Shapers Racing. And look at Rudy Champion closing on them, but also trying to drop Carl Klebold at the moment. And the last lap around, Rudy Champion put in a 55.320, and that was over 2.5 tenths quicker than Carl Klebold. We go on to lap number 9. Gap still around 2.9 seconds between the leader and second place. But it is the actions of Zonda Schublack throughout this race who started, okay, we had 4 drivers not start. Koeman, Brindley Kinch, Roland Kinch and Walter Antonissen. Zonda Schublack started last and he is now up to P3. That is an 11 position gain through the course of the 9 minutes of this race that we have had here at Karting Genk. A real treat to see that when the adversity is thrown in your general direction, when times, tough times don't last, tough people do. And that is the endearing spirit of a racer. And that is just being showed by the bucket loads by Zonda Schublack. Now the gap between him and Glenn Van Parijs was just over 3 tenths last time around. I'm wondering what it is this time. 0.2. So he's clawed another tenth and a bit back. And he's just literally trying to banzai his way up the inside on Van Parijs through into turn number 3. Now, obviously, there has to be a bit of due diligence, and discretion is the better course of, discretion is the better course of valor here. And in many respects, Zonda Schublack has really put it in I think the spirited driving performance of the weekend, let alone in DD2. But also probably throughout the majority of the 80-plus competitors we've had here this weekend. Just under 180 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. Bescanstenes from France leads. And now we'll come across the line to start lap number 12 of the race. Van Parijs still leads the battle for second place, being contested also by another duo of Belgians. And look how Sebastian de Grand has just literally been measuring the situation. And he's keeping an eye on how, and he's learning. That's one of the good things here. He's very, very well accomplished in his own right, Sebastian de Grand. He competed in the BNL Karting Series last year, and also the Belgian Max Challenge. And he does have a few tricks up his sleeve, let's be honest, as Zonda Schublack closes to Glenn Van Parijs through that point where they clashed last race on the exit of turn 8. But now they're looking into turn 10. And let's see, Zonda Schublack, tries to muscle his way up the inside, and the two Bouvin Power teammates go side by side, but then Zonda Schublack manages to get past. Sebastian de Grand gets the switch back on Glenn Van Parijs. Drag race towards the line, and at the moment, Van Parijs still holds on to third, and he still does. He put the brake test on there for Sebastian de Grand big time, and that has allowed Mick Knowlton to go back up the inside to take fourth. Knowlton came from nowhere, and there is Luke Shapers in the 490. 90 seconds to go plus an additional lap. This has been another enthralling race, as we've still got all 14 runners and riders, and now de Grand retakes the position back from Mick Knowlton. So back up into fourth goes the 487, but the 403 of Mick Knowlton, and watch out for Yanni Gussens. This is going to get very up close and personal in the dying stages of the race weekend. Besancenes from France still leads, crossing line to complete lap number 13, and that was with just under a minute to go. But with the pace that Besancenes has been running at, and in the last 3 laps alone, the French driver on the 453 has not ventured out of the 54.8 second bracket for the last 3 laps concurrently. That is incredible consistency. And now the gap between him and Zander Schublak, who is now in second position, is 4.5 seconds. As now Yanni Gussens gets past Mick Knowlton through turn 7. And that is up to P5. Goes the Belgian. But now Mick Knowlton trying to force the issue going through the apex of turn 9. Here comes Rudy Champion out on the inside of Mick Knowlton. And here is a Scandinavian to bring another bit of different tinge to the party. And this time it is Robin Krutzon. As now Mick Knowlton steamrolls his way up the inside of Rudy Champion through turn 12. And now Krutzon gets the run. Look behind, they've got the backer on their case, and that is Carl Clermont. So now we've got the timer expired. We're on to the 15th and penultimate lap of this, what has been an absolute dynamite display all the way up and down the field. As now Robin Knutsson goes up the inside of Rudy Champion. And there is Carl Clermont waiting in the wings. He wants to get an opportunity of a victory. He took P3 in the pre-final earlier on, but the debacker is about a lap and a bit away from a potential victory. Remember his win success streak last year. He took 8 race victories on the trot, both here at Genk and at Marienburg at Karting des Fagnes, before losing that streak in the very first race of the weekend. Final lap board being shown to Paulo Besancenes from France. Zander Schublak looks over and sees that Glenn Van Parijs can't really catch him, but Van Parijs has to watch out for De Grand. Gussens in 5th, Knowlton in 6th, and now is being hunted down by Sweden's Robin Knutsson. Carl Clermont trying to chase down Rudy Champion for what is 8th place, but is more importantly the race victory in DD2 Masters, as they now come down the back straight away for the final time of the race weekend. Knutsson on the back bumper of Knowlton through turn 8. Clermont on the back bumper of Champion through the very same corner. But we now turn our attentions to our final race winner of the weekend. And round turn 12, Félicitations, Paulo Besancenes from France, who takes the victory. So well done, the 453, as he pats the right-hand side pod. Zander Schublak comes back from stone dead last to take second ahead of Glenn Van Parijs. Sebastian de Grand finishes with a strong 4th place ahead of the 490 of Yanni Gussens. Robin Knutsson takes 6th ahead of Rudy Champion. Now, there was a bit of a development there. Now, what's happened to Mick Knowlton is the biggest question here, because that cart has dropped like a proverbial stone and it is broken down on the final lap. That is a real shame for Mick Knowlton. He was battling in the top 5, top 6, pretty much for the majority of the weekend. He took the pre-final victory, but it's a real shame for the 403 from the Netherlands. Rudy Champion edges out Carl Clermont for the DD2 Masters class victory by 92 thousandths of a second. They finished 7th and 8th respectively. Tom Dessert takes 16 points by finishing in 9th and 3rd in the classification, with Tamsin Germain rounding out the top 10, 4th in DD2 Masters, ahead of Christophe Adams in the 555. Maxime Deriche finishes in 12th place, being the last of the 12 classified finishers that finished in all 16 laps, with Mick Knowlton and Jordi Clermont, I think, have finished a lap from the end of the race. And that concludes the action here at the home of champions, Karting Genk. What a way to round out the season in style. Prize giving will take place at 1700 local time. That is in just over 45 minutes. Also, could the following driver report to the stewards immediately? From RB Motorsport, 390, Senior Rotax, Jordi van der Eyck. Can Jordi van der Eyck please report to the stewards immediately? Thank you. Well, that is it for the second round of the season. We've had more twists and turns than the never-ending story here at the Home of Champions, and it has been an absolute pleasure and an honour to commentate on every single bit of the action. On behalf of the BNL Karting Series, we want to firstly thank you at home for joining us. Obviously, with the current pandemic situation regarding COVID-19, we have to run our events under closed doors with further restrictions in order so that we can race, we can entertain you, we can make sure that you are just as much a part of the action as you see on the circuit here. And in due course, we know that we will be able to welcome spectators back like it used to be before things changed in early 2020. On behalf of the BNL Karting Series, I would like to also thank the entire crew here at Karting Genk, from the marshalling team who have braved the weather conditions, the staff down in the brasserie, the organisation of Karting Genk, Koen and Paul Lemons from Karting Genk themselves, the entire team here at side. And in many respects, we want to thank every single driver, team manager, mechanic, additional person if required, that have made the trip here to the Home of Champions, Karting Genk. Without them, we would not be able to go racing. I'd like to say, stay safe. Thank you ever so much for being a part of this, as we feel that you are part of the show as well. And thank you for watching. Take care, stay safe, and we will see you on the 21st and the 22nd of November as we crown our champions for season 13 in 2020. This is Alex Goldschmidt signing off for now, and see you very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.